declare open this hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs for the inquiry into racism, hate and violence towards Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. I want to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet today and pay my respects to their ancestors, their elders past and present. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's lands and waters. In accordance with the Committee's resolution on 6 August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the inquiry website. Any answers to questions or notice taken at this public hearing will also be published on the Committee's website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening online of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the Committee. I now call on representatives from the Larrakia Nation Aboriginal Corporation to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Michael Rottimer, Chief Executive Officer, Larrakia Nation Aboriginal Corporation.
Thank you very much. I've got a little spiel that I have to read out before each of the witnesses, so if you bear with me. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. I'll invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, and I'll start down the right of the table.
Jamie Chaffey, Federal Member for Parkes.
John Banning, Federal Member for Grey, Regional South Australia.
Andrew Gee, Independent Federal Member for Calare in Central Western New South Wales.
Lydia Thorpe, Gunai Gunichimara, Djapurrung woman and Senator for Victoria.
And Senator Jana Stewart, Mighty Wamba Wambleman and Senator for Victoria. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we get to questions.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair and committee members. Thank you for inviting Larrakia Nation Aboriginal Corporation to appear before you today. Before I begin, I acknowledge the traditional owners of the country on which we meet today, the Larrakia people, and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. I also extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples joining us today. I also just want to acknowledge in the room two of my elders, Larrakia elders, but also elders from Western Arnhem Land who I'm connected through by blood. My name is Mike Rottimer. I'm a Mirnaga man from Western Arnhem Land, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Larrakia Nation Aboriginal Corporation, commonly known as Larrakia Nation. Today I appear before the committee wearing three hats: as the Chief Executive Officer of Larrakia Nation Aboriginal Corporation, as the son of a stolen generation survivor, and as an Aboriginal man who has personally experienced racism. Together, those experiences have shaped my understanding of why this inquiry is so important. Sorry.
Take your time.
Larrakia Nation is the peak representative organisation for the Larrakia people. The traditional owners of the Greater Darwin region. For almost 30 years, Larrakia Nation has advocated for the rights, interests and aspirations of Larrakia people while working to strengthen our community through self-determination, cultural leadership and practical action. Importantly, Larrakia Nation is both the recognised representative body for Larrakia traditional owners and one of the Northern Territory's largest Aboriginal community-controlled frontline service providers. That dual responsibility gives us a unique perspective. We advocate for our traditional owners while also working every day alongside Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people experiencing some of the most complex social and economic challenges in our community and the country. Our work is guided by 4 strategic priorities: country, culture, community and a sustainable future. Each year, Larrakia Nation delivers a broad range of culturally led services that support thousands of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people across Darwin and the surrounding region. These include our day and night patrols, host program, return to country program, the Melaruma Pathway program for young people aged 10 to 17 experiencing homelessness and vulnerability, kinship and family support services, tenancy support, cultural education and awareness, environmental stewardship through our Ranger program, and initiatives that promote employment, training, economic participation and community wellbeing. Because of this work, our staff are on the streets, in homes, in communities with families, young people, elders, businesses and government agencies every single day. We see firsthand the impact that racism, discrimination, hate and violence continue to have on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. For us, racism is not an abstract concept. It affects people's health, education, employment, housing, mental well-being and their confidence to participate fully in Australian society. It also affects trust in institutions, a person's sense of identity and belonging, and ultimately the opportunities available for future generations. Today, however, I also want to speak personally. My father was a member of the stolen generations. As a young Aboriginal boy, he was forcibly removed from his mother and father and placed in the Retta Dixon home here in Darwin. There he experienced racism, segregation and abuse because of the colour of his skin, along with his two younger brothers. Like so many members of the stolen generations, those experiences did not end when he left the institution. They shaped his identity, his well-being, his opportunities and his trust in society. They also affected our family. Racism does not simply impact one individual. It often leaves an intergenerational legacy. Yet despite everything Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples have endured from dispossession and the stolen generations to the racism that continues today, we are still here. Our cultures remain the oldest continuing living cultures on earth, continuing for more than 65,000 years. Our connection to country remains strong. Our cultures continue to thrive. And Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people continue to make extraordinary contributions to every part of Australian society. That resilience should never be underestimated. My own experience reinforced that racism had not disappeared. In 1992, as a 17-year-old listed Brisbane Bears player, I played in the reserves curtain raiser against Collingwood at Victoria Park on 28 March 1992. During that match, I and other Aboriginal players were subjected to repeated racist abuse from both opposition players and sections of the crowd. We were called apes, spear chuckers, boongs and coons, and we were repeatedly told to go back where you came from. At 17 years of age, I naively thought they meant Darwin because that is where I had come to pursue my AFL dream. As I grew older, I came to understand the deeper racism behind those words. They were not questioning where I had travelled from, they were questioning whether I belonged in this country because of the colour of my skin. That moment has stayed with me for more than 3 decades. It taught me that racism is not simply about offensive language, it is about denying a person's dignity, identity and sense of belonging. When I reflect on my father's experiences and then my own, I see 2 generations connected by the same underlying prejudice. My father's generation experienced overt institutional racism through government policies that authorised the removal of Aboriginal children from their families. My generation experienced overt racism in public life and in sport. Today, many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children continue to experience racism in schools, workplaces, public spaces and increasingly through social media. Racism has changed in some respects over time, but it has not disappeared. It continues to manifest through overt racial abuse, coded language, discrimination, exclusion and systemic barriers. Whether blatant or subtle, its impact on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people remains profound. One lesson I've taken from my own life is this: no child is born hating another person because of the colour of their skin or their culture. Racism is learned. It can be learned consciously or unconsciously through families, peers, institutions, stereotypes, media, misinformation or personal experiences, that are unfairly projected onto an entire group of people. If prejudice can be learned, then it can be also unlearned. That gives me hope because it means education, leadership, truth-telling and genuine human connection can change attitudes and help shape a better Australia. As Chief Executive Officer of Larrakia Nation, truth-telling and genuine human connection can change attitudes. As Chief Executive Officer of Larrakia Nation, I now witness the consequences of racism every day through the people we support. We see its impact on mental health, on educational participation, on employment opportunities, on access to housing, on engagement with government services, on interactions with the justice system, and perhaps most importantly, on a person's sense of self-worth and belonging. Yet despite these challenges, I also see extraordinary resilience. I see Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people leading organisations, caring for country, preserving culture, raising strong families, succeeding in business, excelling in education, and making invaluable contributions to our nation. That is a story that deserves to be recognised alongside the challenges. For this reason, I believe addressing racism requires far more than legislation alone. It requires truth-telling about our shared history. It requires education that builds understanding from an early age. It requires governments to invest in Aboriginal-led solutions because our communities understand both the challenges and the solutions in walking in both worlds. It requires cultural capability to be embedded throughout our institutions, and it requires governments to work with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples as genuine partners, not simply stakeholders to be consulted after decisions have already been made. If there is one message I hope this committee takes away today, it is this. My father's generation experienced racism because government policy allowed it. My generation experienced racism because society too often tolerated it. The next generation should not have to experience racism because we failed to confront it. That is why this inquiry matters. Larrakia people have welcomed visitors to their country here in Darwin for thousands of years. Their culture is built on respect, responsibility, connection, belonging. These are not simply Larrakia values. They are values that can help Australia move beyond racism. As a father myself, I want my children and every Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander child to grow up in Australia where they never have to question whether they belong because of the colour of their skin. I want them to be judged by the strength of their character, the contribution they make to society, and the values they live by, not by their race. That future is within our reach. But it will require leadership, it will require courage, it will require honesty, and it will require all Australians to recognise that reconciliation is not only about acknowledging the past, it is about deciding what kind of future we choose to build together. I'll finish where I began. No child is born a racist. Racism is learned, which means it can be also unlearned. If we choose to teach respect instead of prejudice, understanding instead of fear, and partnership instead of division, then I believe the next generation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children can inherit an Australia that is fairer than the one my father inherited, fairer than the one I grew up in, and one that every Australian can be proud to call home. Chair and committee members, thank you once again for the opportunity to appear before you today, and I look forward to assisting the committee and answering your questions.
Thank you very much for that powerful and very fitting opening way to start today. We will proceed to questions now, and I'll begin with Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing today. I witnessed a lot of racism last night just going to get a feed and seeing our people being escorted out the door by staff just because, I mean, they had money, this woman had money in her hand and just wanted a feed, and she was being escorted out for absolutely no reason at all. It's absolutely disgusting. Anyways, I acknowledge that I'm on your land, and I'll look after it and respect it whilst I'm here. And thank you for your resistance and taking care of your people and your land and your waters. I have to ask, because we don't have any government representation appearing at these hearings. It's very disappointing because we hear from the victim side, but we don't hear from the perpetrators of systemic violence. So my first question is, what does the absence of any territory or Commonwealth government agency here at this inquiry tell you about the racism towards our people and their lack of willingness to do anything meaningful about it?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Just firstly, just to correct you on something, that I'm not a Larrakia man. This is not my country. I'm blessed to be born on this country, but these ladies here, my aunties, they are Larrakia. So I just want to correct you there.
Thank you.
In relation to your question, yeah, obviously the first point is, and it was noted in the previous hearing that we previously had spoke of a few months back, I think it lacks genuine leadership. When I think about the arrangements in place that the Commonwealth have with the states and territories with the Closing the Gap agreement, should mean that as part of these inquiries, governments should be front and centre at all of these inquiries.
So in terms of in your experience and your observations, how much of a problem in the Northern Territory is systemic racism? So hospitals, education facilities, prisons, all of this terribly racist territory government, let's face it. What's your observation and experience of the systemic racism our people face here?
Yeah, look, anecdotally, because we're not embedded in those institutions, so I really sort of can't comment inside what happens, overtly or not. But we know it happens, right? Let's not kid ourselves there. But, racism has always been a challenge. Growing up in the Northern Territory as a kid, we never really experienced that racism. We've been really multicultural sort of society here in Darwin. And a lot of our friends come from different cultural backgrounds, that we've always maintained strong relationships with, who have a lot of respect for Aboriginal people. However, the institutions and the people inside those institutions, it's very difficult for me to speak because I don't know. I worked for the Commonwealth for almost 20 years myself, working in the Indigenous housing infrastructure sector. So I had the privilege of overseeing housing development and construction across 63 of the 74 remote communities and 300 of the 500 homelands across the Northern Territory, and 40 communities in WA when I was living out of Port Hedland, working for the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Commission, later than Faxia. And so personally I never experienced racism inside the agency as such. We know that the challenges and the impacts that a lot of our organisations and a lot of our people are having when they do go to these various institutions for help and assistance. I can give you instances where, where through our day and night patrols, where people from the public would call our 1-800 number because of antisocial behaviour, or they'll call 000, which is the police number, the 000 number. So when they've called that number, the question is, are they Indigenous? And if the response is yes, then it's call Larrakia Nation. If you're calling 000, it's an emergency. Okay, if you're looking for prevention, early intervention support, call Larrakia Nation. So often we get called to incidences where there's weapons and so forth, and our staff aren't equipped to handle those situations. But we attend, if we can and try and diffuse the situation. You know, so we know of those sort of types of incidences where it's sort of, you know, overtly and subtle.
Yeah. Can I ask, has racism increased here since the Finocchiaro government came to power? Has there been an increase, or has it been the same?
I couldn't say it was necessarily from the Finocchiaro government. What I can say is from when we had the referendum. When we had the referendum for the yes vote, that's when it became really noticeable throughout social media. You know, and so whenever the nation posts things, and we recently posted for a public holiday, you know, for NAIDOC Week, you know, to acknowledge 65,000 years in the formal calendar of this country, you know, because we have, you know, acknowledgement of war, religion, and so forth, but nothing about the First Nations people who are the fabric of this country. You know, so, you know, there was a lot of hoo-ha on our social website, you know, sometimes, and as Aboriginal people, we are so resilient, we are thick-skinned, but it does hurt, you know, so we just delete them, block them, things like that. But unfortunately, it's getting more rife. The ability for people to be keyboard warriors is out of control.
Have I still got time?
I've probably got one or two more questions. And then
Okay.
we can share the call. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chair.
Just want to ask about the destruction of Larrakia country through the methane leak on the Darwin waterfront, the Defence Housing Australia development at Binibara, a cultural heritage site, and the fracking of the Beetaloo Basin. Can you explain for the benefit of the committee how ecocide is rooted in racism against our people?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. You know, obviously, as Aboriginal people, our culture and our country come first and foremost. You know, and the caring for that country, balancing, you know, how the economy is then driven as well is a real challenge in terms of those priorities, you know. But the key message that I had spoken to the Chief Minister about is that as I'm here and representing Larrakia people, I can't sort of talk about the Beetaloo Basin, but obviously Binibara, yes, for Larrakia people. Sacred sites are not negotiable.
And what's that response been from the government?
Yeah, obviously, I think, you know, there's been a challenge because there has been the change in the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority Act that you would have noted. That was, I think it was late last year, that happened, which Larrakia Nation strongly objected to. Obviously, there's a hotel development that's been proposed for the Darwin waterfront that's going to impact a sacred site if it's above a certain height, and it, you know, it will, I guess, challenge the integrity of what that sacred site means for Larrakia people. You know, and along with Binibara, you know, there's a challenge. We know that there's a housing crisis in this country, you know, but as long as sacred sites are not impacted and affected or destroyed, it's not negotiable. And I'd say that for all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
My final question, thank you. My final question is, given we've got different political persuasions at this table, what do you think are the urgent, essential actions that the Commonwealth Government must take to address racism against our people, but particularly in the NT?
Yeah, look, obviously, with racism as a whole, we need to address it at a very early stage. Like I said, you're not born a racist. You learn it. You're taught it. And I think with our country, you know, the true history is not told in the education system. You And so that's the number one challenge, is educating people and people's ignorance. So from that aspect, I think the Australian government needs to enforce the true history of this country and how it was taken from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. To still not have a treaty in this country, is appalling. And to see that our people in the third world conditions a lot of our countrymen are living in, particularly in remote in the Northern Territory, where people are living as an average 20 to 30 people in a 3-bedroom house. If you can imagine living with that many of your family members, a lot of people can't stand some of their family members, but people are being forced to live in those situations. So you can look at that as racism in a way, by denying people access to good housing, good health, good education, education that tells the truth of who we are as people in this country. But again, we have national partnership agreements and the Closing the Gap agreement, and are we getting the desired outcomes quick enough? We've got priority reforms in that agreement. Is it happening? No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cobb. I think Mr. Longman is just being
Yeah.
handed a note there.
Did
You want to say anything before I rotate the call?
I'd love if any of my aunties would like to say a few words as well.
Can we approach?
Yeah. They are Larrakia ladies, and so...
Your land, you're the boss.
Yeah, we will just need to get you to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear.
Thank you. My name is Phyllis Williams. I'm a Larrakia person, here to support my nephew here, and also to support the focus for Larrakia people. In response to Senator Thorpe, to your question about what are some of the things that can be done to address racism, it's really, really important in responses to calls for emergencies by Aboriginal people, whether it be health, housing, or for crisis, that these are responded to with seriousness, and not to seek to pass the buck to organisations like Larrakia Nations. The specific and correct agencies should be responding in kind and the proper way to our request for help and assistance. That's all that I wanted to express.
So just to so currently, if there's an emergency, then those services will say, oh, well, that's an Aboriginal problem, so we'll put that over there, and they only are really responding to non-Aboriginal emergencies. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, what I think it is, the crux of the matter is it's about agency and recognition that we, as Aboriginal people, deserve to get the same response that other people get when they call out for assistance with O calls, instead of the referring it to Larrakia Nation Night Patrol. When there's a request for assistance about housing or health, instead of directing it to Aboriginal organisations. For organisations that are at the front line receiving requests, to stop and think, or to have a process about how to deal with Aboriginal people. To have some sort of protocol. Stop and think, okay, if this is the way that we should do it, then let's stop and think. By perhaps having frontline Aboriginal people in amongst those services.
And just to elaborate on that, for Auntie Phyllis, from my perspective of working in ATSIC, You recall ATSIC was actually established to be a supplementary funding body to the mainstream agencies. You know, so when I look back on my career back then, back in ATSIC, 30 years ago, I still recall Aboriginal people going to mainstream agencies for assistance and support and for funding, but were then directed to ATSIC. And ATSIC became the be-all and end-all for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, which, is exactly what Auntie Phyllis is talking about, right? But in terms of emergencies and all that, I understand that Naja is appearing here today, and they'll have some pretty good examples around emergencies that have happened of recent times.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Thorpe. Mr G.
Thank you very much for both of you for appearing today and your submissions, and also for the important work that Larrakia Nation is doing in the Territory. I took the opportunity to have a read through your annual report, and it is very impressive. Michael, you mentioned in your opening statement that there were about 5 key things that governments can do to combat racism, and you touched on a couple of them just a minute ago with Senator Thorpe in terms of education and the truth-telling element of that. Are there any other aspects of education that you think governments can be looking at? You made, I think, a really important point that nobody's born a racist. But in terms of the education of young Australians, what are there things that can be done beyond truth-telling aspects? Like what else can be done? If you said to governments, okay, this is what we want you to do in terms of education, here are my points, what would they be? And you may have already answered most of it anyway, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, look, I think, it's a really good question. And, some of those key things, obviously, Larrakia Nation offers cultural awareness training.
Yep.
Okay, to people working in the organisations in the not-for-profit sector, to government staff and agencies, and to the corporate and private sector. And whilst that's good income generation for Larrakia Nation, it's the message that and the feedback that we receive from those individuals about who have lived in Darwin turn around and go, I never knew that. And so that's valuable feedback from those individuals who have participated in cultural awareness training, to have lived here for so long, to then turn around and say, I never knew that. So education, cultural awareness training should be compulsory right across government.
Yeah. And in terms of what's taught in the schools, what more can be done there?
Yeah, look, I think, from a school's perspective, it's getting children to spend time, having a look at, we send children overseas and so forth. We should be sending them to a remote community to understand the challenges of our kids living in those remote communities and living in the conditions that our young children have to live in forcibly, because there's no other option in their community. And if we're going to stand here as proud Australians and talk about the oldest living continuous culture in the world, why are we still living in those third world country conditions? It's appalling. So getting children at an early age and educating them about the challenges, but the truth of this country and the challenges faced, and understand why we are seeing people, with generational trauma. It's real, I've experienced it, but it's around supporting and providing better support for our people to handle those situations.
Thank you. And just on a slightly different issue, during your opening statement, you said words to the effect that Aboriginal people, in this case Larrakia people, have been welcoming people to this area for thousands of years, and that it's a culture based on respect. I'm just wondering, can you elaborate on what you meant by welcoming people to the area and that respect element in doing that.
Yep. So I'll put it in this terms. When you invite someone over to your house, that's your property. And so they respect your house, your property, your belongings. This is their country. And as Aboriginal people, we traversed across country to practice law and culture. And so when you went through someone else's country, another Aboriginal clan, you asked for permission to go and hunt and gather. And when you did that, you returned and offered some of what you caught.
So welcoming people to country is a mark of respect.
Correct.
Thank you.
Would you like to elaborate on that?
Yeah.
Just elaborating, Mr. G. Larrakia people have interacted and welcomed international visitors. The Macassans, for example, where we traded for a very, very long time, and we're continuing that relationship as well. And that extends to a number of areas. We have continued to work with people, not only the first settlers, the first non-Indigenous settlers, but other people who have come to our country as well.
Thank you.
And if I might be able to add your questions about education, I think that there is great value in curriculum development. So looking at that higher level where schools, where there's some way that packages are developed so that schools right across Australia are made aware of who the first peoples of Australia are and also of our experiences with our historical experiences, interactions with other peoples as well. And also cut to the chase about the nastiness as well, about the wars, etc., etc. These things happened, so not whitewashing it or covering it over, just laying it bare and being truthful about it as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. G. That leads nicely into my questions, which is about truth-telling. You point out in your submission the importance of truth-telling. And I think that there are some people in this country that would say that, you know, more talking is not necessarily going to be helpful to the outcomes for people on the ground. I'm just wondering if you can speak to why truth-telling is so important, and whether there's a role for the truth-telling in education, curriculum. What are the practical things that come from truth-telling?
Definitely. Annie, would you like to go first?
Yes. Well, well-being, a sense of who you are, sense of pride, sense of appreciation of us as a peoples and our our contribution. I also think that there is a role for cultural institutions in Australia as well to unlock the cultural collections that house our stories, and for those stories to be made available not only to Australians but to the rest of the world as well.
Did you want to add to the...
Yeah, look, probably not so much more than what Annie Phyllis highlighted, but it is critical. You know, I recall a school debate in Year 7, you know, where we're talking about mining for and against, and ended up in a fight with a non-Indigenous kid who said, "You just spend the money on Toyotas anyway," you know, which is far from the truth, you know. So, yeah, look, through that truth-telling and education is going to be the key driver in how we address racism across this country, that's for sure.
And do you have any views about what can be done online to... I know that we've heard from lots of people who talk about, you know, blocking and deleting. Do you think there's anything or any role that the federal government or social media platforms should play in the content that is online?
Yeah, definitely. We've got racism. We've got laws in place, right? And so to then apply that to social media should be no different to in the workplace. We talk about free speech and this, that, and the other. But in order to do that, we need the truth-telling of this country resolved first through education, And so social media, if you can, as a government, ban 16-year-olds from being on social media and stuff like that, well, surely you can implement something on social media around racism, right? You're the government.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then my final question is if you can point to something locally that's happening that you think is going to making a difference for mob here in terms of either reducing racism or supporting people to heal from the racism that they experience here as well. I suppose, and I ask that question because one of the things that the committee's interested in is what are the practical things that we can do to support people either to prevent racism from happening or help people heal too.
Yeah, I guess, then you can start to ask the question, well, why do we have Reconciliation Week, right? And through that process is around education, and I can't emphasise that enough. As a young kid, yes, I did grow up here in Darwin, but I did spend time on country as well. But my father brought me back to town to ensure I had a better education so I didn't struggle the way he struggled. And so I reflect on the importance of that. We've got organisations like the Anti-Stolen Generations Aboriginal Corporation, where there's a number of elders who do speak to children and class groups and so forth. And that's really empowering for those elders to tell their story, but for those kids to listen and to then go away and reflect on that. Whether they absorb all of that, depending on their age group, is another issue. But as adults, like I said, making cultural awareness training compulsory across governments, I'd strongly force that.
Thank you. Arnie, would you like to contribute? Add to that?
Acknowledging in a positive way and also in a concrete way organisations like the Friends of Carlin Compound, not only with the memorial but also with structures, physical structures where community, not only our community but the rest of Australia and the world can go in and have a read and know about the story of removals here in Darwin. And so that would connect to other places around Australia as well. I think that that's so important as a form of truth-telling, of the removal of children from their families and removal of people from country as well. That's one part that the government can play in providing assistance to do that. Where the government would be prepared to support having a website with further information and connecting to places like Find and Connect, the place where people can find out further information about all the different institutions as well. I think those would be something, a concrete way to support truth-telling from a community level.
If I could just add on to what Annie Phyllis said, particularly about the Carlin Compound and also the Red Addiction where my father was taken to. So Carlin Compound, my grandmother was taken to that compound. It's down the end of Mitchell Street, just before you go down past the casino. big vacant land. And so Larrakia Nation were in the midst of asking the previous Northern Territory government, the previous Labor government, for that land to come back to Larrakia so that Larrakia can then work with the Friends of Carlin and Anti-Stolen Generation around a suitable memorial. Unfortunately, the Aboriginal minister at the time had made a decision not to give this land back to Larrakia people and for us to work with those groups and put it into another government contract, being the Heritage Council. Extremely disappointing. You know, you'd think ministers as Aboriginal people would know better. So extremely disappointing in that regard. You know, and so having those memorials for people to learn and be educated is critical. You know, we talk about the Stolen Generation Retta Dixon site along Bagot Road, and you're driving on your way to the airport. If you have a look at the front on the corner, at the traffic intersection, you'll see a rock with a plaque. Now that rock just came out of a quarry and they whacked a plaque on it, you know, and for me, that hurts deeply to people like my father who were raised there and what they went through. To have just a basic rock and a plaque is appalling in this day and age. We can spend gazillions of dollars. You walk along the Esplanade and you see the War Memorial, which is fantastic. It's great. People defended this country. Larrakia people defended this country at the same time. But it's beautiful. There's millions of dollars worth of infrastructure on that. Fully supported. But for our people, we have to fight tooth and nail every dollar for recognition.
Thank you for that. That does conclude the time that we have for questions for this morning. Also, Faye, you might get some questions on notice from committee members as well after today. I want to thank you for your time here, for coming forward and sharing your stories. You'll be sent a copy of your transcript from this morning. You'll have an opportunity to request any corrections to transcription errors that you find. Thank you very much. We'll take a very short suspension while we welcome our next witnesses.
Thank you, Chair.
I now call on Miss Justine Davis, MLA, to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Justine Davis, independent member for Johnston in the Northern Territory Legislative Assembly.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. Rather than get the members of the committee to introduce themselves, we've all got nameplates in front of us. You can see who's here. I will now invite you to make a brief opening statement if you have one.
Thank you, Senator. So thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. As I said, my name's Justine Davis. I'm an independent member in the Northern Territory Government. I just want to start by acknowledging that we're meeting today on beautiful Larrakia country, where I've been lucky enough to live and work for the past 30 years, and that we're on country where sovereignty was never ceded. Over the past 2 years, I've watched from the crossbench as the CLP Northern Territory Government has fundamentally reshaped our justice system, our child protection system, and many of the institutions that exist to protect vulnerable people and hold government to account. Much of this has happened at extraordinary speed, often through urgency powers that have limited parliamentary scrutiny and no public consultation. And I want to talk about those things today because I believe they're highly relevant to this inquiry. Institutional racism is not always visible in a single decision or action. Much more often it's reflected in a pattern in repeated decisions that have predictable and disproportionate impact on one group, reduce that group's influence over decisions that affect them, weaken safeguards designed to protect them, and dismiss the concerns raised by the communities most affected. And let me be specific about what I've seen and how that pattern plays out in the Northern Territory today. We know that Aboriginal Territorians make up around 1/3 of our population. Today they make up 88% of our prison population, 100% on many given days of young people who are locked up in prison. Nearly 1 in 20 Aboriginal Territorians is currently incarcerated. I have a list of examples. I'll read through some of them and then I'll be happy to answer questions. Many of these you will hear about from other witnesses today, I'm sure, as well. But, for example, when the Yuendamu community called for an independent investigation into the death of Kumanjai White, that call was refused. When 45 paediatricians warned the Chief Minister about the harms of the government's youth justice changes, she said they had wasted their time. When a minister stood in our parliament during a debate on racism and told the chamber that social Darwinism had shaped his thinking after having quoted Joseph Goebbels a minute earlier, there were no consequences. When my colleague Selena Yubo, the leader of the opposition, rose to speak about her family's experience of stolen generations, she was interrupted by the Deputy Chief Minister and called a loser across the chamber. When I attempted to describe a pattern of government decision-making and ask a question using the word systemic racism in estimates, I was told by the chair I could not use those words. The list of incidents goes on and on. They're not isolated. They're individual data points in a consistent pattern that spans youth justice, child protection, Aboriginal consultation involvement, public administration, ministerial conduct. And taken together, I believe they reveal a very clear pattern of a government that is consolidating power and control at the direct expense of the most vulnerable people in our community. So my purpose today in appearing before the committee is to explain how I see that pattern playing out here and what I've observed through my role in the Northern Territory Parliament. Thank you, and I welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you very much for that opening statement, and we'll proceed to questions. I'll begin with Mr Benning.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming this morning. A lot of programs are aimed at reducing racism and improving outcomes for Aboriginal Territorians are funded, at least in part, by the Commonwealth. From your experience as a Commonwealth, money translating into real, measurable outcomes on the ground, or is it going to programs? and layers of process that don't actually reach people?
Thank you, Mr Venning. I think, as probably everyone here knows, 80% of our money here in the Northern Territory comes from the Commonwealth Government. It comes, even though some of it is tied to particular outcomes, it appears those outcomes are not measured. There's no accountability for how that money is spent. This is something that I've raised very consistently in Parliament and through estimates, and I think that's across every program that I've seen, which would include programs that are there to address the issues that you're talking about.
In terms of that accountability, those governance structures, what would you like to see happen?
I think there should be absolutely measurable reporting and accountability for funding, and if the programs are not doing what they're meant to, then the funding should be taken back. It's absolutely not okay across the board that in the Northern Territory we are going backwards against our Closing the Gap targets, and the money just keeps coming and the government is not held to account in any way. Is there a situation where you think more money is actually making the outcomes worse? That's not something that I've seen. I don't think the issue is about the amount of money. I think the issue, and there could always be, there are huge gaps. The Northern Territory faces huge problems, as we all know, because of our level of disadvantage, because of our remoteness, because of the vast territory, because of colonisation and the history of this place. So I don't think it's an issue about there being too much money. I think it's an issue about how the money is being spent.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Mr Venning. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. All stolen land, stolen resources. What does the absence of this racist territory government, they're not coming today, so we're hearing from the victims of racism and the witnesses of racism, but the very government that is perpetrating the violent racism to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here are not appearing at all. They're at the convention centre, I hear, or they're at there's some war games going on here in Darwin, I found out. War games. What do you think about that we don't have the government, none of them, rocking up today to answer any questions from a Senate inquiry on racism?
It's pretty astounding, isn't it, that this is a government who is responsible for all Territorians, a third of whom are Aboriginal. So a third of the people that they are responsible for are people who are directly impacted by exactly what this inquiry is addressing. So the fact that there is no one here to share their views, be a witness, answer questions, I think raises serious questions about what their commitment is to all the Territorians that they're here to serve.
Thank you. In the nearly 2 years since the racist Finocchiaro CLP government was elected, how easy or difficult has it been for you to do your parliamentary business, such as passing amendments to lessen the impact of racist laws and bringing on inquiries to scrutinise the bills?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the question, Senator. The difficulty isn't just that amendments fail. Government in this current government, the CLP has 17 seats out of 25. They have the numbers. That's how it works. So amendments are I guess that's part of our parliamentary system. But what actually concerns me is a far greater concern to me is the erosion of processes that actually allow Parliament to do their job properly, to properly test legislation before laws made. So we, over and over again in this government, we've seen major laws being declared urgent, rushed through with no consultation, no community input, no input from experts, no debate. Committee inquiries on laws that are going to impact with primarily on Aboriginal people and Aboriginal country are routinely given 1 week of consultation for incredibly complex bills. So it's actually impossible for people to be able to put in have meaningful input. Despite that, the level of effort and input that Aboriginal people and organisations do to try and inform this government to make sure that the law that they're making is actually law that's going to work is incredible. I'm consistently awed by the amount of work that people do. Amendments and when we come to amendments that are supported by evidence, by experts, are consistently disregarded. The government has done many other things to limit scrutiny. For example, they removed there was a statement of compatibility with human rights that needed to be tabled when laws were tabled. That's been removed. The committee, we're a unicameral parliament, as people probably know, so processes for accountability are very limited. It's essentially the committee processes, but the committee, as I said, in terms of its structures, when bills are referred to it, which is not frequently enough, all bills should be referred to scrutiny, in my view. It's a government-dominated committee. There's a government chair. I'm sure you'll hear evidence about this. I'm very happy to talk to it as well. So next week, the government will be debating and passing a bill that has incredibly significant impact on Aboriginal people and in terms of children. It's called the it's in relation to the protection of children. It's really about removing children, not the protection of children. The scrutiny process for that bill was completely inappropriate. Despite that, 150 people put in submissions, 130 of them spoke incredibly strongly with a huge amount of evidence about why this bill was not going to achieve what the government said it wanted to, which was to make children safe. That's what everyone agrees, children need to be safe. The committee, which I'm a member of, the majority of that committee, which is government, chose to ignore all of that evidence and make a recommendation that the bill be passed unchanged. So that's an example, but there are, I could give you 2 years of examples of things like that.
I mean, my next question is, you probably answered it, because it sounds like a pretty racist cesspool of racists all come together and make laws that harm people. What do you see the aim of the racist? Because I think this racist chief minister of genocide and racism, she's actually quite proud to be racist, I hear. I've seen some media reporting that she thinks it's okay to be racist. So that's a big problem right there. So what do you see the aim of this racist chief minister in passing a raft of racist laws since it came to power? What do you think she's trying to do here? Wipe black fellas out in this, in this place?
Senator Thorpe, got a point
Yes,
of order?
sorry,
Just a point of
what's
order.
your problem?
Just reflections on other parliamentarians.
Well, I'm stating a fact. She says it herself. There's media reporting that she says that she's okay with being racist. I'm saying what she said. You take it up with her. No point of order here. This is a racism inquiry and I'm talking about a very racist chief minister. So go and talk to her about denouncing her title as a proud racist.
Senator Thorpe, I haven't got the media reports that you point to about the Chief Minister here making those comments. For the purposes of the committee, I would ask you to withdraw the comments.
I'm not withdrawing it because she's a racist and she's proud and it's stated. So I just want to know what her aim is in this territory towards our people. What's she trying to do? Genocide us out here? It's a big problem. That's why we're here. And that's why she's not here.
Senator Thorpe, I'm certainly not.
I'm not withdrawing. So what does that mean?
I mean, if you want to provide the...
I'll provide the evidence.
Yeah,
but I'm not withdrawing.
That would be helpful. If you're referring to a media article, I think it will be helpful for the committee to see that media article that you're referring to.
Can you send it to me, please? Where is it? In Slack? In the doc? Oh, here it is, here.
Yeah.
Where do you want it?
If you could just provide it to the Secretariat, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. So I need an answer now.
And I think what you just said at the end is exactly the question. Where are the people that are passing these laws, that are making these statements? Why aren't they here to answer that question? I can't answer on their behalf what their motives are.
Here you go. Sky News, there you go. Proud racist. Chief Commissioner. What is she?
Minister.
Minister for the NT is a proud racist. And she's not even here.
Thanks, Senator Thorpe. While you
Google it.
concluded your remarks, we do have now media in the room, and I just wanted to seek the witnesses' permission to be recorded and the permission of the committee as well. Yeah. Thank you very much. All the usual rules for media and reporting apply. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. I think, as I said, and exactly as you just said then, like I can't look into the minds of other people. I can speculate about their motives. I don't know what they are. The fact that people are not here who are responsible for what's happening here to answer those questions, I think speaks volumes. I think what I can totally speak to is what the observable patterns, the things that this government has been doing, the impact that it's been having, so that we now have the most incarcerated Aboriginal Indigenous population in the world. That we are passing laws next week, or they are passing laws next week, that the experts have told us will result in harm to Aboriginal children. Over and over again, we see Aboriginal communities and organisations being shut out of any input, any consultation into issues that are going to affect them. That we see centralising of power in decision making. For example, the Territory Coordinator that was installed last year, who's an unelected bureaucrat who can make decisions about Aboriginal land without any consultation. Changes to the Sacred Sites Act with no consultation with Aboriginal people. So we don't need to speculate. We can see the evidence that's there about what's happening. Last night, I don't know if anyone's talked about this in the committee yet, but last night we heard that YISA, which is a short-term emergency housing accommodation option for Aboriginal people here in Darwin, is going to be closed down. 260 women, 130 children. Where are they going to go? I have no information about why that's happening, but I can tell you what the impact of it will be. So over and over again, we're seeing these things happening, and I think it's reflected from the behaviour and language of parliamentarians, as you've just said, through to their lawmaking, through to the policies, through to what we see on the ground.
How much time have I got?
Sorry, Senator. I need to.
It sounds like the KKK are in charge in this place. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Mr. G.
Yes, thank you, Ms Davis, for your submission. You spoke earlier about comments which have been made in the Northern Territory Parliament. What role do you think political leaders have in setting the tone for the combating of racism? And do you think that when racism emerges during political discourse, it can give licence for racism in the broader community?
100%. Like, I think absolutely. It's setting a discourse. It's giving permission. It's an enabling environment, so people look at that and they see that and they think that this is the discourse that we can operate in. I spoke to my colleague, the member for Mulka, Yinga Guyala, who I know gave a submission to the inquiry last night about if there was anything that he wanted me to raise, and I know in his submission he talked about coming out of Parliament in that environment where that kind of language is used, and then being refused service at a petrol station, and the clear link between those two things. The link between what's happening with the people who are the most powerful people in the Northern Territory, making the laws for everyone, laws that impact disproportionately and harmfully on Aboriginal people, and then going out into the world and being refused service in a motel. In his parliamentary, with his tie on, not that that's relevant, but he's just come out of doing his business in Parliament, and they won't serve him at a petrol station. And he says very clearly There's an absolute link between those two things. When kids come in and watch Parliament, which they do in all parliaments, which is great, they look at it and they often say to me, what's going on down there? Like, how come people, in the broader sense, not even about the kind of language we're talking about, why are people shouting at each other like that? We can't do that in school. Absolutely. This is not the kind of environment that we want children to be learning from and looking up to. And then when we hear things like some of the things I've talked about, like the Deputy Chief Minister taunting a woman when she's talking about her family history of stolen generations, saying, you're a loser, across the chamber. Or when we hear the Minister for Disability, as I said, quoting Goebbels and talking about survival of the fittest, informing his thinking, and those things just going along. What does that say about our political leadership, and what message does it send to the community?
Do you think the behavioural codes are strong enough, or is it just a case of they're not being enforced well enough in terms of the Northern Territory Parliament?
I think both those things are absolutely true. I brought a motion to Parliament recently to try and strengthen those behaviour. Well, we don't really have a code of behaviour. We have a code of conduct. That was not accepted. I think absolutely there are things about the culture of Parliament. That's just how it works. You have to be robust and toughen up. How on earth, in any workplace, where would it ever be okay for someone to say, when someone says something racist to you, just toughen up and get on with it? So absolutely there needs to be stronger codes of behaviour, but they also need to be implemented, and there need to be consequences for when people breach those codes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think it's disgraceful that anyone could be shouted down and called a loser for sharing their stories of their family, stolen generations, and entirely unacceptable. I'm interested in where. One, it sounds like you're painting the picture of how politicians and our legislative institutions play a role in contributing to racism and fueling racism in our country. Where are the points at which you think there could be things that are usefully done to curb that, but also to stop it from happening in the first place?
In Parliament or more broadly?
In Parliament, but also more broadly. Like, where are those opportunities that you see that this inquiry could make some recommendations about that could make a real difference here? I think legislative parliaments are really difficult places to do that. I mean, but certainly more broader as well.
Yeah. Look, and I'm obviously talking from within my lens of working within Parliament, but then I think what's actually really important to be thinking about is what the impact is of the laws, of what's happening in Parliament, what, the outcome of them. And I think there are lots of things that could happen. I mean, I think in the first instance, as I said earlier, I think this government is funded by the rest of Australia. And I think the rest of Australia needs to know what's happening here, and they have a responsibility to be saying, hang on a minute, how are you spending all of our money, on human rights violations, on destruction of country, which has implications far beyond the Northern Territory. So I think that's one thing that needs to happen. There needs to be some kind of accountability measures for this government for the money that they're spending. I think that there needs to be much clearer consultation or meaningful consultation with Aboriginal community-controlled organisations who know how things work. I heard you ask the earlier witness what are some examples of what works well. Yeah. And my background before I came to this job was that I worked around conflict management. I worked a lot and justice issues. I worked a lot with Aboriginal communities. I saw so much incredible success when there was investment in communities, when there was recognition of community-based conflict management and traditional law practices. And those things work. So actually investing in what we know works, and we know that all the evidence is there. We know what works. So I think that's another thing we could do. I think we could absolutely have very clear rules and standards of behaviour that need to be enforced. I think part of that is about education and about making sure that at all levels people understand. When I said I was told I couldn't use the word systemic racism, people don't understand what that means. It doesn't mean that I'm calling that person a racist. It means that I'm saying that when these things happen, they have a disproportionate impact on a group of people. Even if that's not the intention, let's do something about it. So people need to understand these things. So I think there needs to be education at all levels, from Parliament down. I think there needs to be a clearly stated commitment to addressing these things. So this government's abandoned treaty, for example, I think the previous witness might have mentioned that as well. So there is no commitment to actually addressing the historical and current injustices that I can see in this country. I think around social media, which I know this inquiry is looking at, there absolutely needs to be far more rigorous implementation of managing the kind of hate speech that we see on social media. I also, and I'm sure you've all seen it, but in the member for Mulca's submission, he supplied a whole lot of screenshots of the kind of hate speech that he gets, which is just horrific. Every time I post something about that has anything to do with First Nations justice or Aboriginal issues, I get a pile-on from people, not against me, or sometimes against me, but it's not about me, that is language that is completely unacceptable and should not be there. If the government, as we just said, if the government can regulate 16-year-olds not having access to social media, they can manage this kind of thing. So I think absolutely that needs to happen as well. So at all levels, in the social media space, in the public discourse, in the Parliament, I think there need to be concrete measures in all of those places.
Do you think there's a role for truth-telling in reducing the racism and hate that's directed at First Nations people?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think there's a very strong resistance to it as well. We've got the Makarrata statement. We have a really clear process that's been outlined. We have things that we can move towards. It's not enough. Truth-telling is a start. It's not enough, but it's a very important start. And if we can't tell the truth, if we can't name things, then how can we ever address them?
Yeah, so I think there are definitely some people who feel like truth-telling is doesn't lead to tangible outcomes for people, and what the evidence would suggest is the opposite, actually.
Well, I think that's possible. I think it doesn't inevitably lead to tangible outcomes. You need to put things in place to make sure it does. But I think you need it. It's part of our package. And if we continue to not name things, to hide from them, to deny them, then how do we address them?
Okay. And if there is one recommendation this committee could make at the end of this process, what would you suggest that is? I know that's a difficult question.
Yeah, that's a really difficult question. I think I think my recommendation would be for the federal government to actually take some accountability for what's happening with their money that's being spent here in the Northern Territory. In terms of federal, because obviously this is a federal inquiry, there's a lot of recommendations I'd make to my own government. So, yeah.
Madam Chair, if I could just,
Mr. Chaffey.
Ms Davis, thanks for your presentation and appearing here today. I just wonder if you could expand on that last comment a bit more about the federal government asking for more accountability on the funding. Can you give me some examples? You talked about housing being a significant issue as well. Can you give me some examples in the way that this is failing this system at the moment?
Yeah, so the way our funding works, about 50% of it is GST funding. It's untied, so the government kind of gets it and they can do whatever they want with it. So one thing they do with it is spend a heap of money on building prisons rather than on housing. A quarter of it is kind of grant funding, so it's tied. So it might be for housing or for education or for health, and it comes with particular requirements. For example, closing the gap targets. So under education, the closing the gap targets might be about the number of children who are attending school, engaged in school, whatever, or around health or around justice, whatever it might be. So around all of those things, what I think needs to happen is that the government needs to be held to account. So you're being given this money to achieve these goals, whether it's whatever issues it's in, how's it going? Let's actually look at how it's going. Let's get that evidence, and the evidence is clear that we're going backwards. That's there on the table. So therefore, either tell us what you're going to put in place to actually be spending that money to achieve the goals that we're giving it to you for, or we're going to have to relook at it and we're going to have to do something else, because the goals are what's important. You know, not the money. The goals are what we all want. You know, we all want, everyone wants safe children. They want people to be housed. They want people to, have enough to eat. They want kids to be going to school. The goals are not the issue. The issue is the way we get there. And from what I can see from this government, what they're putting in place to get there is not working. And the money that the Commonwealth Government is giving them to do that is not enabling it to happen. So I think the Commonwealth Government needs to be asking questions about that.
So it should be all tied. Any government funding, federal government funding to the territory should be tied.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But I think there should be accountability for the money that we're given. I think people across Australia have a right to know if they're paying for what's happening here. They have a right to know, what is being done with their money in their name.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Davis. That concludes the questions that we have for you this morning. Flagging, you also might get some questions, I noticed, from committee members as well. But thank you very much for your time and the evidence you've given. If you've got any additional information or any responses to questions on notice, if you could please forward that to the Secretariat by the 5th of August. And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and have an opportunity to request any errors that you find there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now take a short suspension for morning tea and return at 10:45. I now call on representatives from the Northern Land Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear?
Yep. Matthew Ryan, Northern Land Council Chair.
Good morning. Yusuf Dean, Northern Land Council Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you very much. I've got a short spiel to read before I invite you to make an opening statement, and then we'll go to some questions. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. And we also have media in the room with us this morning. You can see what members of the committee are here by looking at our name tags at the front here. So rather than getting each of us to introduce ourselves, you can see who we are, and I'll now invite you to make a brief opening statement.
Right. Thank you, Chair. My name is Matthew Ryan. Look, I'm from Maningrida, which is 700 kilometres east of Darwin. Just a bit of background. My mother's and grandfather is Barapa clan. My grandmother is Wurpan, and my father's side is Kurinjiman, part of the stolen generation, taken away from Kalkarinji. I'm also the chair of Northern Land Council. I'm joined here by my CEO, Yusuf Dean. Land Council was established in 1973, and it's independent statutory authority under the Land Rights Act 1976. We represent more than 51,000 Aboriginal people right across the region, 7 regions. Through this representation, NLC has a proud tradition in being strong, powerful voice for social justice for Aboriginal people. Firstly, as the chair of the Land Council, I want to acknowledge and thank the council members right across the 7 regions and staff who shared their stories for a submission, many whom carry deep pain from experiences that should never have occurred. I have also acknowledged the long and proud history of Aboriginal leaders right across the generation who have stood strong against racism, advocated for just Australia. I wanted to be direct with this committee about where we are standing today. Racism is not fuel for our people. It is not an abstract concept. For the traditional owners and Aboriginal people in the top end, racism is sadly part of everyday life. I've experienced this personally growing up in Maningrida, and other communities saw the impacts of systemic racism and the challenges community face today. However, as a young person, I did not fully understand the extent of racism in the NT. This has become clear to me. Racism has followed me right across throughout the roles that I had over the years. Working as a police officer, as an Aboriginal community police, I'm in the community in Maningrida for nearly 10 years, throughout my roles in local government and housing and elsewhere. I just wanted to take this moment to acknowledge these stories are not uncommon for me to be here today as the chair of Northern Land Council in such example of Aboriginal person, leader, overcome racism and barriers. I am an Aboriginal man who grew up on my homelands. My father was stolen generation, taken from Kurinji country and placed upon, at Minjilang Island or community. I faced disadvantage of my identity. Still, even as the chair, I'm still chasing my roots. Everyday Aboriginal people, Aboriginal leaders that will appear before the inquiry today will overcome barriers and disadvantage with the direct consequences of racism, government policies. Yet people are still here. We are still strong. Land, language and culture. Resist racism forever we encounter it. A clear turning point in my view was the abolishment of the ATSIC, followed by the intervention. These events had devastating impact on my people. ATSIC empowered our people. During the ATSIC days, we could look after homelands, communities. We led our communities where we were able to make decisions suited our people best. When ATSIC was abolished, funding was cut off, our community were disempowered. It emboldened those who had held racist view about remote communities, remote residents, I should say, to speak in confidence. Before the intervention, families, communities had sense of purpose and pride. What replaced this was work for the dull, which I have seen firsthand disempowering people and communities. Intervention was introduced in 2007 on claims that were later discredited, proved to be unfounded claims that victimize all Aboriginal people living in remote communities. Many of our council members identified the intervention as the moment of our communities and homelands were disempowered by the government overreached. We are still living with the consequences as we speak, and we are still asking the government to support the communities' homelands to deal with the issues caused by the intervention and the government. Today, racism is directed at our people every day. It's increased in many forms. It is the hostile commentary that floods social media pages whenever Aboriginal rights are discussed. It is the verbal abuse directed at our people in shopping centres, workplace, accessing services, on street. It is an institutional racism embedded in the government policies that were designed without our people consultation or input. It is systemic racism that operates through our justice, health, child protection system and everything. The way forward is truly empowering traditional owners and all leaders. Community development, implementation, community-led solutions that addresses systemic issues, housing, child protection, and the justice system, to name a few. It is crucial these important systems are free of racism or bias. Solution led by Aboriginal people who face the racism within these systems will deliver the best results in addressing barriers. In closing, I want to speak directly to the Aboriginal men and women and young people and upcoming leaders. Across the NLC 7 region we cover, we are still here. We still have survived genocide, massacres, poisons, attempts in more recent times, more recent than it's comfortable for broader Australian public to remember. We have survived racist government such as assimilation and stolen generation. Despite this, we are still here, standing strong together. Across the 7 region of the NLC, we are traditional owners living on traditional homelands, practicing culture, caring for country every day as we speak. This is something that we should all celebrate as all Australians. We're still here, still strong. Our people need Australian government to broader public to work with us, to face racism as a collective, not individuals. The barriers created by racism to create better future for all Indigenous Australians as we speak, including the Northern Territory. And I said in my opening statement that of our submission, I thank the committee for this important work. I urge you to explore every possible avenue to address racism against our people. Thank you, and happy to take questions.
Thank you very much for that powerful opening statement, Mr. Ryan. We'll go to questions now, and we'll begin with Mr. G.
Yep, thank you very much to both of you for your appearance today, and also for your very comprehensive submission to the inquiry. One of the sections of your written submission deals with hit and run incidences in the Northern Territory. And you refer specifically to the case of a Jake Danby, who in June 2024 hit two Aboriginal people, pedestrians in Darwin's northern suburbs, killing one of them and seriously injuring another. And in subsequent text messages, Mr. Danby described the victim as, and this is in your submission, as an oxygen thief, a dog, and further stated that it was, and I quote, "It was pretty funny watching them roll around on the road after going over my bonnet," as well as asserting that people, and I quote, "like him need to take a hit to teach a lifelong lesson." And on appeal, Mr. Danby just got 2 years of home detention without a single day of imprisonment. I'm just wondering if you can elaborate on racism and instances like that, but particularly with respect to hit and run instances that you talk about in your submission. I think most people would be shocked to know, and I know that it was reported at the time, but I think most people would be shocked to know that you could kill a person and seriously injure another person and not serve a day in prison, particularly when there were clearly racist overtones to the whole thing.
Thank you for the question, and thanks for inviting the NLC to appear in front of this inquiry. The Jake Danby case is a really high-profile example of why we are recommending Recommendation 7, legislating to criminalise racial vilification against Aboriginal people. I cannot speak to any specific example of where that's occurred, though it's a common theme in the Northern Territory. And the Jake Danby case is the clearest recent example of that. His text messages documented his contempt for Aboriginal people in his own words. He received home detention as a consequence. Racial motivation was not treated as an aggravating factor, and our council members described the outcome as a slap in the face. Why we are recommending legislating to criminalise racial vilification against Aboriginal people is, to be clear with the committee, NLC is not a subject matter expert in this type of legislation. The inclusion of the recommendation in our submission is in our response to the views of our council members who report the deep hurt and dissatisfaction at unequal responses when it comes to hate speech towards Aboriginal people. The civil complaints processes are slow, inaccessible, and impose no meaningful deterrent. A criminal framework would change the calculus for perpetrators. Civil complaints processes impose no meaningful deterrence. A criminal framework would begin to address that from the other direction, complementing the sentencing reform with Recommendation 6 in terms of our calls. We are asking the committee to close the gap, or close that gap. We are not asking the committee to legislate. We are asking it to consider the options and make a recommendation. The Danby case is instructive beyond the hit and run itself. It demonstrates that when there is no legislative framework requiring courts to treat racial motivation seriously, they do not, regardless of how explicit the evidence is.
Yeah, I think most right-thinking Australians would be shocked by that evidence and by that outcome. Further, in your submission, you state that there is a particularly vicious and enduring strain of racism directed at Aboriginal people residing in remote communities and homelands. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on what you mean by that and perhaps give us some examples. That's on page 16 of the submission. No, take your time. There's a lot in there.
While we're looking for that, can I just clarify just a follow-up question? That little racist Danby, is that the Attorney General's relation? Northern Territory Attorney General's reality, that Danby?
I believe so,
Yeah, okay.
Senator, and it was in the public media, and apparently it was the family for Mr. Danby.
The Attorney General of this,
That's right, that's
of
right.
the Northern Territory government.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Mr. G? No, that was just
Sorry, just
returning,
wanted to check.
returning the call to if you found the page.
I think so. You got to be on
Yes, thanks, Member. The submission as it relates to racism towards remote communities covers a range of issues. One is, as the Chair mentioned in his opening statement, the issue of the intervention. It was focused on remote communities, and it was later identified that the basis for the intervention was false. There wasn't data to back that exercise from government, or there wasn't the merit involved. The other elements around racism is the attitude towards remote and communities and homelands. We hear in the media, and particularly from particular sources or sectors within the community, that the desire to live in homelands and remote communities is a lifestyle choice. When in actual fact, when you look at the response from the Northern Territory government about how they choose to want to reduce crime in regional areas like Darwin, they ride on the back of examples that we would rather Aboriginal people return to remote communities and homelands. So they see it as a solution. And there's a particular reason why. It's because remote communities and homelands are on country. People are connected to their country. They're not lifestyle choices. They're part of a cultural obligation, but they're also the fact that Aboriginal people, like any other citizens in Australia, have a right to choose where they live. And it's to the betterment of the population, not only Australian, but First Nations population, that when people are enriched through their culture and they are able to share their culture, that there's a better understanding and a reduction in the propensity for racism to occur. On top of that, remote communities and homelands are severely underfunded. And because of the prevailing attitude that they are lifestyle choices. There's a lack of priority from governments around how they fund those communities as well. So they're examples of that racism. And Chair, if you wanted to add.
Yeah, look, thank you, CEO and Chairs. Again, just to add to what I've said earlier, it's that disempowering Aboriginal people and leaders in the community. Traditional owners and leaders want to live in the communities. There's a research done that people are healthier and happier out in their homelands, not in the community. It's creating chaos within the community. Community leaders are screaming out loud for help, direct funding, better infrastructure, better funding for sport and rec. We don't see that happening. It's just disempowered people from what they want to see achieved. It's gone backwards. It's more or less systemic racism on a string towards our people. Control, dictatorship. I wish all of you come and experience what we experience every day. People are literally dying, crying out loud for help, whether it's health, education, or housing. I grew up in one of them homelands. It was empowering back then because of ATSIC when we had the funding availability. It was so strong. Now we don't have that anymore. We're more being dictated by the government policies of the day, even the current government from the Northern Territory. We've said from day one we want to work with the government. At the moment, so ignorant, we don't see that happening. It's a failure on the government. Aboriginal affairs. Everyone failed what we're trying to achieve back home. We see our people on the street here. Walk out, have a look. See for yourself. That's our people coming in for better services. Licenses. People have to come grab it here. Birth, deaths and marriages. Just to get a certificate. People have to fly in here and then get... Because the flights are costly for one individual. So what they do, they can't go back home. There's no accommodation. What they resort to, drinking on the street. And it's our problem now, or the government problem. We need to come as a collective, and we have the solution. Listen to us for a change. And then yet you got racist people continually. Even right now, I reckon I wouldn't be surprised they'd be saying stuff what we're saying here. I wouldn't be surprised. Because they don't have any knowledge of what's happening out in the remote and regional and homelands.
Thank you. And just one more question. You mentioned quite extensively in your submission, you spoke about the prevalence of racism on social media platforms. And I thought you made a really interesting point on page 21 where you say these examples arise from a business model that prioritises engagement over user safety and centres an attention economy dependent on broadcasting provocative and extremist content to sustain audience engagement. Are you able to elaborate on that? You've given, obviously, examples in your submissions, but racism on social media platforms, what should we be doing about it? And what should the government be doing about it?
Yeah, thank you for the question. The scourge of social media platforms gaining attention and being utilised as a medium for hate speech is something that impacts significantly on the psyche of Aboriginal people, and it actually goes to the question goes to our recommendation 6 around legislating platform accountability for removal of hate speech. And what we're asking there is that the Australian government legislate to hold social media platforms accountable for the timely removal of hate speech and racially vilifying content. Now, if you take the NLC as an example, our social media pages have become a front line. Almost all the racist posts documented in our submission happened in early 2020s 6. Comments on posts about food relief, Close the Gap Day, Invasion Day. The hostility is constant and it is escalating. What concerns the NLC the most is the impact on our young people. When Aboriginal children see how their communities are talked about online, it damages their sense of identity and belonging. That harm is real and it is measurable. The NT Office of Children's Commissioner's 2024 report documents this directly. The NLC actively moderates its own platform, but moderation is reactive. Platform algorithms amplify divisive content by design. These companies profit from hatred, and current law imposes no meaningful consequences for that. The 2026 Combating Anti-Semitism Act did not include racial vilification provisions. That gap directly enables the escalating online racism our submission documents. Platform-specific legislation must include defined removal timeframes and penalties calibrated to platform revenue. The impact on remote communities is particularly acute. Social media is often the primary communication channel in communities where other infrastructure is limited. When those platforms are flooded with racist commentary about Aboriginal people, it affects community safety and well-being. Only last week, NT Fisheries recently posted about Aboriginal land and sea rights and left comments unmoderated. The result was predictable and showed why NLC has to moderate our own pages. The majority of comments were unfiltered, racist views. Consistent moderation standards and platform accountability are essential.
Thank you.
Share the call. Thank you very much. Mr. Benning.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for giving evidence this morning. Just early on funding, we received evidence from Justine Davies, MLA, that government spending, 80% federal government spending, is often given without accountability or measurable targets. In your submission, you recommend for greater direct Commonwealth funding to Aboriginal community-controlled organisations. What accountability and governance frameworks should apply to ensure that funding achieves measurable community outcomes?
Thank you for the question, Deputy Chair. There's actually a framework in place, Deputy Chair. It's called the Closing the Gap Framework. What's often misunderstood about the Closing the Gap framework is that the headline priority reform areas should govern how the sectors engage with one another, both government and the agro sector. Those priority reform areas weren't plucked out of a hat. They were designed because they would be the underlying principles to carry the movement of an improvement in Aboriginal lifestyle, life expectancy, and general well-being forward. One of the key areas that's often misunderstood in the priority reform areas is priority reform area 3, transformation of government agencies. People often interpret that as how government programs are delivered to Aboriginal communities and how public servants interact with Aboriginal communities. In that should be, and was intended, a piece of work around how Aboriginal communities are funded, not only in terms of the measurements that are involved in funding, but funding Aboriginal community-controlled organisations directly, but in a manner that goes beyond the tried and tested process of how governments fund at the moment, year by year, so on and so forth, through the IAS and other government programs. If all sides of this space are serious about moving or shifting the dial for Aboriginal communities and working in a genuine manner with Aboriginal communities, the funding, how people are funded, the move away from funding big NGOs, the likes of which engage Aboriginal people to do their bidding on country, will also be a direct focus of this. The funding, as it stands, hasn't changed. And everybody's surprised that there is failure in the closing the gap space, particularly in the Northern Territory, because we put a banner, slap a sticker over the top of something that nobody's willing to change. And one of the key elements is around funding, and funding to ACOs themselves, funding to ACO sectors, because we know that those ACOs are organisations that have developed as a consequence of their cultural knowledge, their cultural integrity, and how to engage with Aboriginal people on the ground. And if we fund those adequately and properly and actually take the spirit of the Closing the Gap framework at its highest degree, then you will start to see a shift in that dial.
Thank you. So on NT's Closing the Gap targets, in your submission, you indicated that those targets are a measurable indicator of systematic racism in and of itself. So given this committee is looking into racism, and it's not meant to be a loaded question, but what evidence allows this committee to attribute those outcomes specifically to systematic racism?
Systematic racism exists. Moving back to, and thank you for the question, Deputy Chair. The Closing the Gap framework was designed to address positive change or influence positive change in the Aboriginal community and Aboriginal people's life experiences. There's a reason why there was that level of intervention from a government in terms of that type of policy approach. Systematic racism already exists because Aboriginal people have been treated a particular way over the last 230 odd years. No government has been successful in understanding how to change that, how to change the outcomes, or how to work with Aboriginal people to change and influence the outcomes. The Closing the Gap framework, as mentioned, the priority reform areas were not principles that were plucked out of that. They were principles that were developed as a consequence of looking at the issue around how government, how mainstream society engages with First Nations people. Now, if, as mentioned before, the Closing the Gap framework was implemented adequately, you would see a change in the Northern Territory. You would see a change in the targets or the outcomes, the socio-economic outcomes. But there is complete failure in the Northern Territory by virtue of the fact that none of those principles have been observed. And in where the Northern Territory are hitting their targets, that's not a Northern Territory government initiative. That's because of us. It's because of the Northern Land Council. That's because of the Central Land Council. That's because of Andeliaqua Land Council. That's because of Tiwi Land Council. It's because of the land rights system, which is a system that was introduced well before the Closing Gap Framework, which was a system that was established to acknowledge the dispossession and level up the playing field for Aboriginal people. So the evidence of systematic racism in the NT government can be demonstrated by virtue of the fact that the targets haven't been met, by virtue of the fact that the NT government abandoned the treaty process, by virtue of the fact that the government also changed the sacred sites legislation, by virtue of the fact that they've changed and dramatically impacted on Aboriginal children through the recent legislation around removal of Aboriginal children from families. Sorry, Chair.
Deputy, look, we just want to see action, the government or the federal government intervene. It's quite obvious, throughout the observation, towards my lifetime also, and being the chair, the Productivity Commission has already recommended this independent oversight. That hasn't happened. So we asked the committee to, make it happen, please. The Northern Territory government or any government of the day should be held accountable to Closing the Gap initiative. Our people suffering, whilst they sit on it, whilst they change policy, whilst they talking about it, people had enough, On my trip to the 7 regions of the remote communities where they're so disadvantaged, I'll give you one community or few, Bulla community, with the water situation. It's getting worse and worse. They are living, the government, what they do for solution, bottle of water. This is solution. Dale River, for solution again, bottle of water. You'll survive. Like, what sort of government are we living in these days? If this would have happened in Karama or somewhere, you would have uproar. So, we talk about systemic racism. There you go, firsthand. Palumpa, just recent visit, same thing. The government hasn't gone back to fix the problem, even Dale River. I'm appalled as First Nation person to witness that every day of my travel. People ring me every day saying, hey, there's a problem with the housing situation. In order to get something fixed, they have to get a contractor from Darwin. It's going to cost, arm and a leg, probably $3,000 or $4,000 to fix up a washer or something. It's an ongoing issue, Mr. Deputy. It's a problematic. We need to fix it. We need the federal government to intervene. It's still not working. There's no proper consultation with my people on ground firsthand. We talk of empowerment. We don't see that happening. You probably need to come and witness what we see firsthand every day. What they say, the government, is different to what we see. And we've been denied as the Land Council for many times. Even the recent flooding, we've been denied access to talk to our constituents. Appalling by the government. We have obligation as the Land Council to listen to our constituent, and we were denied access. We're the statutory body and function. We're meant to be speaking with our traditional owners, and we were denied that. Exposing the disadvantage within the cyclone shelters. It's appalling behavior, the way they treated my people recently. We were denied again and again. It's appalling behavior. We want to see the Emergency Act probably change so that we have access to our people also, not just the government of the day. My community are in limbo as we speak. We haven't seen anything. People are so frustrated. It's a stale name now with Closing the Gap. It's become very stale. the government of the day need to be held accountable. That's all I'm saying. And I'm very firm of what I say and what I believe in here. There's lack of everything out in our community. And it is systemic racism, and I believe in that in here. Thank you.
Chair, thank you. In the interest of time, I'm happy to share that call.
Thank you very much. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to acknowledge the ongoing trauma that we as Aboriginal people experience, even just telling these real life stories that non-Aboriginal people don't understand or feel in their heart and soul, and we carry that. We see that it's part of who we are, is carrying this trauma because we're experiencing this racism, and we're seeing it in all parts of the society we're meant to survive in, and particularly Mr. Dean and you know, the trauma around seeing how this is impacting our next generation, our young people. And I just hope, I suppose, that white people here understand that pain a little bit so that they can stop being racist. On that note, I don't think there's anything that can happen with this racist government that you're dealing with here until they're gotten rid of. What I'm seeing, and I want to know what your thoughts are on this, is a very slow and sophisticated genocide in the Northern Territory of Aboriginal people. It fits all of the elements of genocide. Remove the children, destroy the land, bring mental harm to the people, incarceration rates, suicide rates. So would you agree that your people here are facing what could be the 21st century genocide of Aboriginal people in this country?
Senator, you hit it on the head. It's a modern day slavery, and the way they're tightening up the noose towards our people to disempower our people to the core. And it's quite appalling. We've always said, come work with us. We have opened a policy. Come work with my people. It's everything. Health, housing, education, policing. The way we've been criminalized, like Dan Murphy's, I think. Danby, sorry. Oh, rephrase. Yeah, him. You could see if there was a Indigenous person, there would have been proper investigation by the policing and by the DPP. Straight away we could see it was one-sided. Straight away. It's not fit for us. We should be all locked up. Look at the police car. It's still like a dog cage. It's embedded to our people. They see it as a dog cage where our mob should be locked up. You know, I've worked with the police. I've seen and heard the commentary behind the scene. We'll just lock them up like dogs. Still happening today. We still got the cages that it's not fit for a person. And it is modern day slavery. It is, yeah, look, it's hard to, you know, say, yeah.
Thank you. Well, we need the world's attention on what's going on here, and we certainly need the federal government to step in. You mentioned before about the appalling treatment of your people during the recent floods, and there was media reporting saying that Aboriginal people were treated like prisoners in evacuation centres during the emergency response this wet season. What was the feedback from community members and your experience talking to our people?
Senator, thank you for the question. And I was one of the first one to meet my people, evacuees, so to speak. Went to the shelters. Appallingly, there was bed, no sheets. Even the food were frozen. The living condition, it would just put you in the corner, so to speak. And there was mistreatment towards a lot of individual people in there, treating them like prisoners, low-class prisoners. We'll let you in whenever we feel like it or out. The security guard, the way they treated my people with utterly disgusting manners. Even the elderly were treated like they were like prisoners. The children. During that time, I, as the chair, part of my roles and responsibility, met with people individually. I went around. And we, the one was the first hand, we said to the media, hey, look what they're doing to my people, appallingly, appalling conditions. They were treating people, filling up. They were literally like back in the day, mission. We'll put the sugar in, we'll put the thing like this. It's like mission days. Straight away I go, no, this is wrong. Again, and appallingly, and we were denied access in Bachelor. We were denied in some communities at Palampa because of the Emergency Act. They used that as a tactic to deny us access, to expose the appalling condition within the communities. And recently, when they move our people back to the communities, they were literally overcrowding people already without fixing their properties or their housing or the dwelling. Water weren't even fixed properly. There's people in the community as we speak in Palampa still saying, hey, what's happening? Shop's not even open. The clinic not even, there's a makeshift shop, makeshift clinic. There's not even proper school. It's a makeshift school. We got photos. We have evidence that the way they're treating our people with disgusting condition, disgusting living condition. And this sort of stuff that we want to expose as the Land Council of, part of our advocacy arm, and we were denied every which way by this government. And we want to change that act so that we can have better access next time, so we can speak to our constituents appallingly. So I'm going to go back out there again and do the same thing for my people from the 7 region. I'll go far as near Tennant Creek and Borrula. I have massive region. And the amount of stuff that I'm hearing, it's appalling. Especially around the flood victim, there was, even at the payment, emergency payment, they were literally telling families, when you get back there, we'll give you half of the payment, when there was no shop there. And then when there was the non-Indigenous payment, we'll give you the full amount. So you can see the picture where I'm coming from. My people were treated differently than the other. And yet my people had to fly into Darwin to buy essential goods or whatever. So they were treated differently, not equally.
That's racism.
Straight up. We've said that from day one. I even said that from day one, and I'm pretty firm on my words.
Senator, before we got time for one more question.
One more question. The NLC, the Northern Land Council, recommended that this inquiry should be a royal commission and that government should progress work on truth-telling and treaty. What would progress on truth-telling and treaty mean for people in the NLC region?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. And it goes directly to why we're advocating for a Royal Commission. We did extensive consultations on compiling the submission with our communities and our regions. And when discussing this inquiry and the NLC submission with council members and other NLC community members, the feedback was overwhelming in the view that to address racism faced by Aboriginal people in the top end, governments need to take decisive action, and that starts through a Royal Commission into Racism. Generations of Aboriginal leaders have brought this evidence before governments, commissions and inquiries. This is across a range of policy issues and areas that impact Aboriginal people. The underlying issue across these polity areas has often been systematic racism. That is why we are calling for a Royal Commission, because the mechanisms to date have not addressed this issue. A Royal Commission has been established in Australia for other forms of targeted violence. The racism experienced by Aboriginal people, systematic, measurable and consistent since the colonisation of Australia, has not been accorded the same formal scrutiny. That disparity is itself evidence of the challenges Aboriginal people face in Australia. The NLC has participated in numerous inquiries and consultations. The pattern of participation without binding outcomes is something our council members identifies explicitly in preparation for this submission. We are here in good faith, but good faith requires honesty about what this process can and cannot deliver. Across the NLC regions, communities and homelands have been the subject of inquiry after inquiry. What they ask for is action, not another report. A Royal Commission carries a formal authority to produce binding recommendations. That is what distinguishes it from what we are participating in today. The NT context in particular warrants the level of scrutiny. You've heard from the Chair, you've heard from other witnesses. The combination of the worst closing the gap performance, the second highest incarceration rate in the world, and the recent NT government policy decisions documented in our submission represents a systematic failure that demands commensurate formal investigation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. I'll, just due to time, I might give you my questions to take away on notice, if that's okay. I'm interested in when you spoke to people in preparation for today, and they were sharing their experiences of racism. Were there any instances when people were sharing those examples where they had reported it to a complaints mechanism? And I ask that question because one of the things that's come up a lot through this process is challenges with complaints mechanisms. So if you've got any anything that you can provide to the committee about people reporting to complaints mechanisms, and if not, if they have, then what were the outcomes of those complaints? And if they haven't reported it to a complaints mechanism, why haven't they reported it to a complaints mechanism? And does it go to a lack of trust and consequence is what I'm interested in. But I would appreciate you taking those questions on notice, and anything additional you want to provide to the committee would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for your time here this morning. We have gone over time, so I appreciate you bearing with us as we asked you questions here. To the questions on notice, or if you want to provide any additional information, if you could please forward it to the Secretariat by the 5th of August. And you'll have an opportunity to request changes to the you'll be sent a copy of the transcription. You'll have the opportunity to request changes to this, any errors you see in the transcription. I'll get that out in a second. But thank you very much for your time. We will now take a very short suspension while we welcome the next witness. Are we good to go? Awesome. I now call on Brendan to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear? Well, your name.
My name's Brendan.
Yep.
And I'm an individual come to make some statements about racism regarding First Nations people in Australia and what we can potentially do about it to reduce the harm to the First Nations people of our country.
Thank you, Brendan. I've got a short spiel to read, and then I'll invite you to make an opening statement. So, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege, and is being broadcast via audio on the Parliament website live as well. You can see from our name tags up here who the members of the committee are. I now invite you to make an opening statement if you would like.
I'd just like to say that I'm a white Australian, obviously a male with an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander family. I married a Murray woman, and I now have 2 Indigenous children. The racism that's directed at First Nations people is not rare or misunderstood. It's constant, it's vile, and it's becoming increasingly normalised. My family's experienced this directly. I've also experienced it, both in everyday life and through targeted abuse. And as an Australian, it's not acceptable, and we need to do better, and we need to stamp this out.
Thank you, Brendan. We'll proceed to questions, and I'll begin with Mr. Chaffey.
Thank you. Thank you, Brendan, for coming along today and being part of this process. My question, we've heard from many of those who've presented this morning the impact of social media inflaming racism, not just in the NT but right across the nation. So I guess my question to you would be, do you have a view on media, not just social media but media in general, and the impact that they're having on systemic racism within the whole country, and what actions should potentially a federal government take?
Okay, thanks for the question. Yeah, I do agree that media and social media is probably one of the biggest problems we have in counteracting this vile behaviour by the public. I feel that the media presents a narrative through misinformation or disinformation, or only partial evidence, that gives other people the ability to run wild with their own theories, and that only inflames the situation. I feel that probably fact-checking is vital in the media landscape. Misinformation is just rampant, and it's allowed to carry on. Now, with a small amount of research, you can dispel it, but once it's out there, it's hard to retract. And most of the time when outlets do something of that sort of, that sort of information, the retraction will be a tiny little line, this was wrong. But no one sees it because it's on page 37 or, 4 weeks later when the news cycle has already turned over. So I think it's imperative that media companies in particular are held to account for producing this rhetoric that is anti-Indigenous. It definitely is. It's more than evident when there's some sort of story in the news cycle that people are running with, and then once it's proven wrong, you could nearly take it to the bank that the next line, of sort of, the next narrative will run with will be a punch down on Indigenous people, because that's a guaranteed way to get them back on top. You can guarantee it. When all else fails in the Australian media landscape, they punch down on First Nations people. It's an easy target. It's not acceptable. And the representation by Indigenous people to be able to counteract that isn't enough. So we need voices to be heard, and we need the government to actually hold media outlets to account and whether that be printed media, television media, or social media. But I feel social media is probably the most savage amongst society today, where people's commentary can just run rampant with disgusting and vile comments about all sorts of people and all sorts of life, which is just let to run free. One example is Twitter, or X, would have to be one of the biggest unregulated cesspits of racial discrimination I've ever seen in my life. And a lot of my appendixes in my submission reflect that.
So, supplementary question, Brendan, do you have an opinion on what that should look like? What that government action should look like that would assist in?
Well, I do have opinions, but the opinions versus the public perception will differ, because I do believe that social media should be regulated. I don't feel that people should be allowed to put what they want on social media at whatever time in the guise of free speech, thinking that free speech comes without consequence. Free speech shouldn't ever come without consequence, ever. Because if you're creating harm to people through your speech, that deserves consequence. And whether that's through people being banned from those platforms, whether the platforms themselves are restricted or they're sort of regulated somehow, I think that's the biggest thing, is the ability for the government to come up with a way to be able to squash that sort of misinformation. Go back to the old days where we had balanced reporting. We don't have balanced reporting anymore. We have agendas, and unfortunately for most people, or for our society and First Nations people, the agendas never include them, ever.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for appearing. It's quite brave as a non-Aboriginal man to tell this story, and it's certainly part of what is needed in this country for non-Aboriginal people to stand up against racism too, not just us all the time. I just want to go to your children, because all of our children experience racism as well. What is the effect of racial profiling and racist bullying on your children, such as when they go into a shop and are told to buy something or leave, or when they are told at school that their mother hates white people?
Well, it just goes to show is that they don't feel part of everyday Australian society. They're an outlier. They're someone who's born behind the 8 ball, a born criminal, a no-hoper, a bludger, and we work hard as individuals to give our families the best we can and raise them the best way we can, whether that be just with your own morals and things like that, or whether you've got the ability financially to be able to give and provide a better life for those children. But they shouldn't ever have to worry about the colour of their skin dragging them behind or putting them behind everyone else. And that includes immigrants. Like, I definitely know my son went to a convenience shop here in Darwin, and I was standing at the front. He walked inside, and the guy was definitely a new Australian, and he basically profiled my son, and my son had lighter skin than he did. So that didn't come down to skin colour, it came down to them assuming that my son was Indigenous, therefore he was a criminal, because all Indigenous youth are criminals. And that's the way and the picture that the media puts forward. And we all know over time, the systemic abuse of children in the system does not help that. We went through, the youth justice debauchery basically here in Darwin with Dondale, and we've seen the, atrocious treatment of teenage children. But we also see the misrepresentation of the amount of youth that are in detention in Northern Territory in particular, as opposed to people of other skin colours that get away with the same crimes. So we had an example not long ago in Darwin where there was a hit and run, and I'll keep the names out of it, but the perpetrator got home detention. If that perpetrator was Indigenous and those victims were white, there'd be a lynch mob and they'd be calling for a death penalty. It's ridiculous. You know, the disparity in people's beliefs on how First Nations people are automatically demonised and dehumanised, it's disgusting, and it's not acceptable. When you treat people below human, you will expect those people to act below human, because you know, what importance do you place in society when everyone wants to stand on your throat?
Thank you. I've met a young person who immigrated here, and she did say to me that she was taught that Aboriginal people in this country are the bottom rung of society. She cried to me because she learnt that coming into this country. Is that a reflection of your experience, that the perception out there is that and from immigrants, some immigrants, not all, people coming into this country, that they learn because of the systemic racism that Aboriginal people are the bottom rung of this so-called Australian society?
Yeah, thanks for that. I'd probably sort of agree and sort of not. Like, I've had a lot of experience with immigrants in the Territory through the COVID period. So there is a predisposition to that, but once they're educated, and that's part of it, they change their minds really quickly.
Yes.
So that's, I suppose, as a white Australian, that's probably something that I should be tasked with, is the ability to be able to tell the truth of First Nations people, to be able to defend this garbage rhetoric. But I think a lot of that, what you said about what they hear and the way they behave, I think that is for acceptance themselves, because it's easier to assimilate, quote, if you do the same as the rest, and then you won't be the bottom or below the bottom. So I think there's part of that in their own defence, where they want to feel, you know, normalised in Australia. But in reality, it doesn't take them long to realise that they're the same.
Yeah.
So, and it doesn't take long at all. But you've just got to use your voice and explain to them how things work and what are the lies and what really happens. And then most immigrants change their minds pretty quickly.
Thank you. In your submission, you offer some clear recommendations, and thank you for that, to address racism against our people. I want to pick up on your fourth recommendation: clear public leadership condemning racism. Can you elaborate on this and tell us why you have included this recommendation?
I included that because of my experience, or my observations during the Voice to Parliament. You know, I've seen you, Senator, quite vocal at times. I've seen some of the treatment that you received. I've seen some of the treatment that Senator McCarthy received. But in saying that, I feel that the representatives need to be stronger. I feel that the representatives need to call out more of the stuff. Don't tippy-toe around it and play nice guy, because nice guys finish last. And I feel that with the public leadership, that's these are the people that people look up to, and they expect leadership, and they expect a direction and a narrative to be adhered to, and not, they just don't need to brush over and do all of the touchy-feely things. Sometimes hard language and hard responses need to happen, and dancing around the truth will never get that as a result. Never.
Should that include the Prime Minister of this country?
100%. That should include the Prime Minister, that it should include the ministers, the senators. Obviously, there's some senators that probably shouldn't even be sitting in the Senate. But this is un-Australian. This is not how we treat each other. This is not the supposed culture that a lot of these people keep going on about it. You know, that it's not. It's un-Australian, the treatment of Indigenous people. So we need better leadership. We need more staunch leadership, and we need bipartisan leadership. We don't need people chasing votes to try and get into the next government. We need to make our country better. And that's got nothing to do whether you're sitting the next 4 years. That's got should be the whole premise on why these people serve our country, is to make the place better. And that includes every Australian.
Yeah. My last question, thank you, and that was brilliant what you just said. That's why I'm here. No government departments or members of the Northern Territory government have appeared at today's inquiry. So we're hearing the stories from basically the victims of racism, but we're not hearing from the perpetrators of racism. So what message does this send?
Well, this message sends that, to me, is something that is not new. The CLP are a racist group that are not here for every Territorian. And that's proven by many ways, experiences I see on the daily, PPSOs on public transport that are armed. They're aimed at one group of people. They're not aimed at anyone else. The sale of capsicum spray to anyone, carte blanche. So basically, they want to put capsicum spray even into the hands of criminals. It's just madness. It's absolute madness. And then some examples I have, so I exercise a fair bit and spend a lot of time down at East Point in Fanny Bay. There's a lot of countrymen down there, in particular from Tiwi, that some people say sleep rough, but I don't think they do. I think that's how they want to be. They want to live down there. But I can see families of all different nationalities having christenings and birthday parties, drinking, having barbecues down there. First Nation people, if they're drinking in the same vicinity, PPSOs, security, police will beeline them and tip out their alcohol. From my experience, First Nation people leave the park clean. They are not a nuisance. And the opposite, I could probably say, for the other people that are there. I've had experience in a service station in the build-up, which is extremely hot, where I watched an Indigenous man, as I was filling my car, go inside sweating, come out with a particular alkaline drink to rehydrate himself, and I watched a police officer make a beeline for him and made him tip it out because he said it was alcohol. The guy just bought it in the shop. It was orange. It wasn't Coke or wine looking in a 500ml water bottle. It was orange Gatorade. So these things are targeted, and they're not targeted at any other people in particular more than First Nations people, and that has become more and more prevalent since the CLP have come into power. I've been in the Territory 12 years. I've experienced a CLP government that I thought was a bit out there, and I've experienced a Labor government that I'm not saying was perfect. But this current government is something to behold. It really is. The federal government need to step in, and they need to sort the current Chief Minister and her cronies out, because it's just not acceptable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Mr. G.
Thank you, Brendan, for your evidence and your submission. I'm just wondering if you can tell us what the impact of racism has been on your family members and your children that you've observed.
I can tell you that a lot of the racism impact that's had on my children is probably things like participation, even to a point where sometimes almost, not shame, but a hesitance to identify because of the stereotypes that happen the minute they do. Like, you're not brown enough, you're not a real Aborigine. But tell me what a real Aboriginal person is, please. Help me. They've just lots of different things where they should be proud of their people and proud of their history, but they're shamed into not feeling that pride. And I think that's something that's really sad, really sad. And this is coming from me, and I'll be the first to admit I grew up white in Victoria. The only Aboriginal person I'd ever seen in my life was Jimmy Cracker playing footy. Most of the stuff I see online, I don't think any of these people have met an Indigenous person in their life. And if they have, that Indigenous person wouldn't admit it, because that Indigenous person would not want the crap that goes with it. And that's what my children experience. I see my son put his head down when certain things happen. I see a lot of First Nations people put their head down. And that's not through their own shame. That's through the treatment and dehumanisation of them by ordinary Australians. And we need to stop that. Walking past someone and saying hello, that's not hard, And my kids, we're pretty good with our kids. They know their heritage. They know their mob. They know about identifying and how to identify properly. They know about Aboriginality and certificates of Aboriginality. They know where fraud is. They know all of the systems, but that still doesn't change how they feel sometimes they have to act amongst the rest of Australia. And that's tragic, because we should be really proud to be, my children should be really proud to be First Nations children, and they should never, ever feel ashamed to be that or be hesitant to identify that.
You've already touched upon it in a number of different ways, but how do you see racism being normalised, as you've set out in your submission?
That's so easy. That's just the ability to just off the cuff say things, like unsavoury things, like unbelievable things, like even just some little ones, like during the Voice to Parliament, close friends, family friends of ours, my wife, fake original. Like, fake original? What's a fake original? My wife's a Murray woman. She was called a curry Murray because they said she looked Indian. It's wild. We've got an Indigenous commissioner or ambassador at the moment who's called an Indian. They'll always do whatever they can to try and dispel Aboriginality, and it's just gross, like bludger, doll bludger, woman basher. These all things are all reflected not just in Indigenous society, it's in our society as a whole. We have massive problems with all of these things, but then somehow when it comes to explaining it away, it gets explained to the black people more than it does the white people. And that's how easily this stuff is done. We need an audit. F these bastards. They're cavemen. They couldn't even invent the wheel. No appreciation, all dehumanisation, and that's where it all stems from. And a lot of that is, I think it's almost internal guilt, because in reality, everyone's been a part of it, me included.
Thank you for that. And just as a final observation on the Danby case, my own view is that when justice is not done, it demeans the whole criminal justice system. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. G. Mr. Benning.
Thank you, Chair. Research shows, and I also believe, that a lot of the issues we see today relate to economic empowerment. And that is why we see different outcomes in remote communities versus metropolitan communities. I think, in fact, if you break up the statistics, whether it's closing the gap, racism, violence, incarceration rates, it's much higher in remote communities versus metropolitan. Now, the NT is very similar to my electorate, many remote communities, many remote Indigenous communities. Do you subscribe to that view, and how do you think the government should help solve these issues when essentially there is very little economic opportunities in remote communities?
I'd have to look at more data to 100% prescribe to those views, but there definitely is, from what I hear on the news, there's problems in community, but there's also problems in metropolitan areas that can't be substantiated to just one group of people, whereas in a community it's quite easy to do that. So, but there is also, lots of different, from what I see, reasoning behind it. There isn't industry, there isn't jobs in community, but there's reasons for that. We're talking about people moved from their traditional homelands, people forced into Western ways of life, but then the people left behind don't have to move to cities if they're going to make good. So the people left behind basically are bored, from what I can see, don't have reasoning to be productive, and the government has to help that out. The government has to put initiatives in to make these communities sustainable. People shouldn't have to move from their homelands just to live a certain way. I don't think that that's right. So I think a lot of the criminality side of things comes down to not being able to put a valuable contribution to anywhere. So basically you're just there. But that's only from the things I see. I can't really speak for much community life because I haven't had a lot to do with it. But I can tell you there's the same crime amongst lower socioeconomic people in Australia that aren't Indigenous. But we sort of brush that, and we also like to compartmentalise Indigenous affairs, and then there's the rest. And I think that's another huge issue. Like, I understand that people have to put budget recommendations and costings in for different areas of the public, but singling out the cost of Indigenous people and then the rest, when we all know that all they've done is take those different bits out of everyone's pile and then put a bit here and a bit here and a bit here for Indigenous people to make it look like there's billions spent and they're still causing crime and there's still no hopers. And that just plays into the whole rhetoric on why we're here today. That plays into that racist mindset from other Australians. They don't have to work. How are they going to work in Yuendamu? How are they going to work, in Maningrida? What are they going to do? So without those sorts of initiatives, it's always going to be the way. I think that we should have better training for the youth. I don't think that contractors should go and build community buildings. I think the traditional owners or the area people of that area should do it. I think they should be taught in repair and maintenance of facilities and almost self-determination in that way. And then it's not a work for the dole type situation, because we know that's all a joke too. I don't know how an Indigenous woman who's pregnant and's got a child in a community can actually go and justify getting the dole through the system that you need to now when there isn't any work. It's a racist concept. It doesn't work. It's not right. But then these people say, look at them, they're all dole bludgers. Well, I could go down to 5 Bunnings in the area and say I went for a job, tick off and get my dole. Where's 5 Bunnings, in some remote community in APY lands or something like that? There's none. So all this stuff is very, very targeted, and people need to see that. And I don't think enough people's eyes are open on how it all works. And then that plays into I really struggle not to call people names, but there's definitely a Boganic Australia that thrive on punching down, but the same people benefit from the same policies that Indigenous people will receive but they're in a different pot. They cost us money. They're a rip-off. They're bludgers. We give them enough money. They've got all the land. They can do what they want. They just don't want to. That's what I see.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you. I did have a list of questions, but I've ticked them off as my fellow committee members have asked those questions. So that concludes the time this afternoon that we've got for
Thanks for your
questions
time.
for you. Thank you very much for coming forward and sharing your stories and experiences on behalf of your family as well. I don't think you've had any questions on notice from the committee, but if you wanted to provide any additional information to the committee, you can do that. And if you want to, please do that by the 5th of August. And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript from today. And if you have a look through it and see that there's any errors there, you can also request that those be corrected. So thank you very much. We will now suspend for lunch and return at 1 p.m. I now call on representatives from Justice Not Jails to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Hi, my name's Natalie Hunter. I'm a Nigger Jabba Jabba woman from the Kimberley region of WA, but my family has resided on Larrakia country for well over 80 years, so we call this home. I'm here representing Justice Not Jails.
I'm Dr. Ahmed Shahir Mohammed Sofi. I'm a settler on stolen, unceded Larrakia country. I've been living here for the past 8 years, and I'm here representing Justice Not Jails as well.
Thank you very much. I've got a short spiel I'm going to read, and then I'll invite you to make an opening statement. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you this is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live on the Parliament's website with audio. You can see from our name tags which of the committee members are joining you today. Rather than getting us to each say our names, I now invite you to make a opening statement.
Right, my opening statement. Justice Not Jails is an inquiry into racism, hate and violence directed at Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people. Justice Not Jails is a voluntary run grassroots organisation based in Darwin. We comprise of Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people with the group. We oppose the Northern Territory government's policies against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people in the Northern Territory. We formed in late 2024, and during that time when we did form was the first sittings of the CLP in reference to incarcerating 10-year-olds. In response to the worsening racial harm to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people after the Country Liberal Party came into power, our work focused on countering the anti-Indigenous rhetoric of the Northern Territory government through traditional and social media, advocacy and community gatherings, like rallies and vigils. We also provide direct mutual aid to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people harmed by the Northern Territory government, including a voluntary run drivers network that provides transport to people with family members caged at Holt's Detention Centre, which we mentioned in our submission, meaning that we have provided transportation. The government stated, which was the Labor Party, that transport will be provided to Holt's when the new prisons. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. There are rare sometimes that transport's not available, but we have provided transport to people every weekend to the prisons. We view the Northern Territory targeted caging and torture of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people and the forced separation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island children from their families through the child detention and removal system as act of genocide, intended to assert white dominance and ownership over stolen, unceded Aboriginal land in the Northern Territory. We view the carceral industrial complex as a racket that enriches the white state, white business, white constituents and anyone who upholds white supremacists on the misery and premature death of black people and children. Although not exposed in our written submission, we also believe that the anti-carceral system functions to displace Aboriginal people from their countries, clearing the way for the Australian government and federal territory levels to steal more Aboriginal land in order to expand the mining, energy, agriculture and military sectors in the Northern Territory. We view the baptism support of the targeted caging and forced separation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people and children in the Northern Territory by the Territory and Federal Government as evidence that anti-Indigenous racism is fundamental and structural to the Australian Government and its institutions at all levels. As the institution that is most radical, violent against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people since 1788, the Australian Government at all levels cannot in good faith lead any efforts to address anti-Indigenous racism. Instead, We recommend that the Australian Government at all levels must return material resources and political powers to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people in the Northern Territory as repatriation and resituation, so that to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people can self-determine the governance of life-affirming sectors in their territories as sovereignty politics, as they are since without interference with the white Australian states. This return of stolen wealth and political powers to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people in the Northern Territory can be achieved through the defunding and eventually obligations of all radical violent state institutions, including but not limited to the police, prisons and the statutory child removal sectors. In the immediate term, the federal government should implement all existing recommendations from the past Royal Commission and inquiries, increase long-term funding to Aboriginal community control organisations in the Northern Territory, and introduce national minimum standards in the youth detention that includes the raising the national age of criminal responsibility to at least 14, which is in line with the rest of the world, and a national ban on all practices that amount to torture, such as the use of spit hoods, solitary confinement and strip search. And this also includes pepper sprays and guns on buses that we're dealing with today. So I want to also say that about 72% of funding comes from the Commonwealth Government to the Northern Territory. But we have all sorts of issues in reference to the child protection system, and with the changes of the Aboriginal Child Placement Principle, we believe that it's a national principle and that principle shall stay. Out of the 120 applications that were put before the inquiry into the child protection, there was 150, and 120 of those were against the recommendations by the NT government.
Thank you very much, Ms Hunter, for that opening statement. We'll proceed to questions and begin with Mr Benning.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for giving evidence this afternoon. Your submission recommends governments defund and eventually abolish policing and prisons. My election of Grey covers many remote communities, including communities like the APY lands, where police presence is often the only protection Aboriginal women and children have from violence. How does removing police from these communities make women and children safer?
Well, I believe that they have Aboriginal police aids. That is also is not used correctly in remote communities. We had the Commonwealth Government contribute so much money out of the Aboriginal bucket to support the policing when it's needed on the ground for Aboriginal people. So that was one of the concerns we had that came from the Commonwealth in reference to contributing to monies to the NT Police to incarcerate Aboriginal people. We did not agree on that, but in reference to safety, police are needed at times in reference to safety in a community.
Can I just add to that?
Please do.
I think when we talk about defunding and eventually abolishing the police, we're not talking about doing that in the sort of immediate sense, but for us to think of ways to return power and governance back to First Peoples who did not require police before the British Crown came and colonised and invaded this continent. The Australian police system only came into being since the 1800s. And so before that, there was no police, and there was harm was always present in any community, but harm is able to be dealt with through existing First Nations governance processes. So the police is a new addition to this continent. And so when we say we want the police to be defunded and eventually abolished, it is not to say that we want that to happen immediately, but we need that planning of returning material power and political power to First Nations people who are able to then research their ways of doing things, ways of dealing with harm, ways of transformative justice that is based on relationality, on obligation, on kinship, on connection to land. And that needs to happen now. And all of that money that is going to the police should instead be going to Aboriginal community control organisations and First Peoples so that they are able to do that work that they are already doing, but can now be funded properly. And when we're talking about the amount of money that's going to the police, so we're looking at the NT budget this year, about almost $500 million is going to the NT police. I think about $400 million is going to NT corrections. How much money instead could be given to First Peoples? Sorry? And in order for them to develop and research those ways of dealing with harm. And in our submission, we talked about the work that's being done in Anindiyakwa country, where with the local decision-making agreement that was made between Anindiyakwa Land Council and the NT government, the ALC were able to develop their law and justice group and develop ways of dealing with harm, including through community peacekeeping, through having elders in community courts, providing recommendations around sentencing that is more culturally appropriate, as well as developing the Anindiyakwa Healing Centre, which is a residential alcohol and other drug rehabilitation center that is culturally safe. So that all of those, in addition to returning power to the Anindiyakwa people around health and education, all of those had been shown to reduce the amount of criminalized behavior recorded on the island or in the group archipelago. And so all of that funding that could be going to the police could instead be going to the Anindiyakwa people so that they can strengthen all of those mechanisms that they've come up with and to further reduce the amount of criminalized behavior that would otherwise require the police. And in our submission, we also talked about how all of those efforts that were introduced by the Anindiyakwa people were actually being impeded by the presence of police, because the police were reported to actually inflame situations more, in which community peacekeepers would be trying to otherwise de-escalate. The police also undermined the role of the law and justice group members, elders of the community in the community courts. And so the police actually is harmful. And we know that. We know that already. We know that the police, the Australian police, historically, it was founded from the British military. And the Australian police and the NT police specifically were founded from the mounted police, the mounted SA police, which had a historical, they're known for their brutality and violence against First Peoples and all of the massacres that have been committed in the Northern Territory. And so there's this unending lineage of violence from the mounted police from the 1800s to the NT police now. And so when we say we want the police to be defunded and abolished, it is because we know that the police is the primary cause of harm. And so when the police intervenes in incidences of violence, it's not because the police wants to help. Instead, the police is trying to demonstrate their monopoly of violence, that it is only they are allowed to commit violence against First People and no one else. And that's sort of the impression that we get. And so, again, if you look through our submission, we explain why we think defunding the police, eventually abolishing it, because of the historical context of how the police was founded and the ongoing violence that's been demonstrated by the police, and all of the evidence that First Nations people are able to address harm in transformative ways without the need for police.
Yeah, I'd like to add on to that, because in the past, the communities were controlled by their community itself, leaders of that community. Quite a few years back at the Labor, they had removed all the boards on that community and they placed it with the shires. Since the shire's been in place, it's nothing been worse than what it was in those communities. So those leaders do not have a say in that community, where previously they would control that community. And that, since the shire's been in it, everything's happened downhill for Aboriginal people. So there has been an issue around the Shire taking control of all the remote communities, and certainly not Aboriginal people self-determined to manage and control their own affairs in these communities.
Thank you. So when you talk about defunding the police and prisons, language is important. And policy ideas can't just be theoretical, they need to be realistic and actionable. So do you believe that people convicted of a serious crime, both now or in the future, when we might be able to implement this, including violence against women, should they be free to live in our communities without any form of incarceration?
What type of question is that?
That's a racist question.
That's an absolutely racist question. Excuse me. Yeah. Can you reframe that question?
So if there was no prisons,
Yeah.
do you believe that people that have been convicted of crimes should be allowed to live in communities?
Well, what we represent here today is about justice, true justice, and certainly not just protecting the perpetrators. So we believe that, of course, someone who's created a crime should be punished, but it needs to be done in the right manner. But this government, the CLP, has made all sorts of changes across the territory. I don't know if you're in tune with it or not, with what's happening in the territory, but there's been a lot of changes that affect Aboriginal people. And why we've been formed as Justice Not Jails. It's a community group of voices. We have over 2,000 members, and, they come from all walks of life. So that report is by several people who's placed this report in. And I believe that, justice should be served as justice should be served, in the right manner, and not a government that keep creating changes and reforms to make sure that Aboriginal people are incarcerated, because that's what's happening here in the territory. So I did not like your question.
I'm not sure we got to an answer, but
I just told you what I said.
So I'll ask again, I suppose.
Yeah.
Where should people convicted of serious crimes, if we don't believe in incarceration?
That's not what we're saying. We do not believe in incarceration. I don't know where you get that from. People need to be incarcerated if they committed a crime.
That's why I'm saying language is important. So
Absolutely.
when we're saying abolish...
Your language is important too.
Correct. So if we're saying abolish the police and abolish prisons, we're removing incarceration.
I think
That's essentially what we're saying.
Yeah, I think he answered that question before when he said to you, it's not about abolishing police and the whole thing.
I think again, if we go back to the historical context, that prisons is also a new development within this continent that's now called Australia. Again, First Peoples have, since time immemorial, have developed ways to manage harm without the need for prisons. And when we talk about prisons as a way of dealing with of serious harm, and again, we need to make a distinction between what is considered crime and harm. The state commits a lot of harm without being criminalized. The state is responsible for more killings of First Peoples through deaths in custody than any average person, and yet there has never been anyone held into account for the violence of the state. And so we know that prisons don't work, because otherwise, where are all of these police officers who have committed violent crimes against First Peoples, leading to their deaths? Black deaths in custody. So, and we know that the prison system targets First Peoples, particularly those who are at the intersection of poverty and homelessness, and it is a way of punishment and disappearing them from the public. It does not deal with the underlying issues that that causes the harm in the community. And also, when we're talking about using prisons as a way of dealing with serious harm, prison itself is a place of serious harm. The prison complex uses torture that is illegal under the Convention Against Torture of 1987. The use of spit hoods, the use of prolonged detention, not just on First Nations adults, but also on children. The use of sexual violence through strip searches on children. And so when we're talking about using prisons as a way of managing serious harm, what about the serious harm that is being done by the state through the prison? If we're trying to punish sexual violence through prisons, what about the sexual violence committed by prison officers against children? When they are stripping down children for strip searches, when they are stripping down children for chemical restraints, that is all sexual violence. So we can't use violence as a way of dealing with violence. And so that's why what the prison itself cannot be used as a way of dealing with social ills, social harms. And to say what is the alternative, and this is where we need to go upstream. This is where we need to talk about how do we prevent people from using harm to begin with. And in order for us to prevent harm to begin with, we must deal with the underlying issue, which is the colonial and racial foundations of this country, of the state. That a lot of the harm that is being committed or perpetrated is due to the impoverishment of First Peoples, due to the stolen wages, to the historical context of slave labor, the stolen generation, the forced displacement and the unhousing of First Peoples, the destruction of relationality and the existing justice system within First Peoples communities. All of that needs to be addressed in order for us to prevent harm in the first place. And in terms of how can we manage harm that is already being committed, again, the question is, the answers are already there. First Peoples have always have been telling the government what the answers are. There have been so many recommendations from royal commissions, from the Bringing Them Home report, from multiple inquiries, and they all say that give First Peoples the material resources and political power so that they are able to come up with all of these solutions. If the state has a limited imagination of what it can do beyond punishment, and so allow First Peoples to create these systems themselves without interference from the state, and that is how that's how we do it. We don't have the answers, but First Peoples and First Nations do have the answer.
Thank you for that. I'm going to take the opportunity to share the call and go to Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor, for providing some racism awareness training. Goes to the heart of understanding of what our people are facing in this country. I thought that was very well articulated, and thank you, Aunt, for your response. What does the absence of the Northern Territory government agencies here at this inquiry tell you about the racism toward our people and the lack of the Northern Territory government's willingness to do anything meaningful about it?
Well, thank you for that question. Well, at this stage, the CLP refuses to speak to any Aboriginal organisation, leadership. They've just refused to communicate with any Aboriginal services in reference to Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory. This is the first time in my history. I've been in the child protection system for 25 years. I'm part of SNAKE under the Safe and Supported Expert group. And for us, that's a bit of a worry too, at SNAKE, at the national level, what the Northern Territory is doing to especially Aboriginal children. So it is a huge concern when we've got a government refuses to meet with any Aboriginal organisation or leadership in reference to anything to do with Aboriginal people. This is the first time of its kind across the Territory that we've ever experienced this, and I've been in the system for 20-odd years. So that's my feedback on that. So we can't get a way in to even communicate issues around Aboriginal people, sadly.
Thank you. So I understand it costs $1 million a year to lock a child up in this country. $1 million of taxpayers' money for one child to be incarcerated. And 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, babies in you know, our people's eyes, they're still our babies. Can you provide some examples of what a 10 or 11 or 12-year-old child is being locked up, strip searched, put in solitary confinement for? What are some of the examples of this mass incarceration?
Well, to be honest with you, Senator, how I got involved in this area is I had a nephew that was just going on 11, and he was incarcerated, and we couldn't believe that they can lock up 11-year-olds. You know, there were stealing, based around stealing, and today he's 15, 16. The mother had to take him to Canberra to get him out of Darwin, and things have changed for him. And right now he's got a case against the Northern Territory government on the harm and torture that's been done to him out of Canberra. So that's just one out of many. And the effect that's happened to him is it's done a lot of damage. There was no rehabilitation, even if it's a brand new, the Holtz. I did a site visit of Holtz, had everything perfect there. But there's no form of rehabilitation. It was continuous, just harm on children. Today we have around about 90% of those children are on remand. What does that tell you? Some of these children are not guilty, but they're keeping them locked up. So there's a high percentage of those children on remand that are locked up continuously. And that's another concern as well. So, yeah, there has been a lot of harm done to children. It's a roller coaster, as in revolving door in and out of the system. And you know, I know a lot of these families and children working in the child protection system. I've been in the system for 25 years in the Territory here, and I could say it's one of the worst I've ever seen, to a point that they're trying to now remove the Aboriginal child placement principle, tamper with that. Today I call it child racketing across the territory. That's what's happening. They're opening the doors for all carers, all sorts of carers to manage our children. But I also need to say that being in this system for 25 years, the Northern Territory Government has not compiled to the Aboriginal child placement principle. We've been screaming for years, decades, how they placed our kids. And I've never seen so many children coming out of the child protection system, like 10-year-olds on the streets with the gangs. They all feel safe with one another. They've lost their identity of who they are, where they come from and who they're connected to, because the department has failed to place those children, to a point they're now going into the justice system. And being in this system for 25 years, I've never seen amount of children that's coming out of the child protection, which tells you there's a failure there. It's been dysfunctional. And I've been part of all the reviews across the territory, which came from the State of Denial, the Little Children Are Sacred, the Growing Them Strong, the Howard Bath report, the Children's Commissioner's report, the Royal Commission. How many more reports do we need to do before this government ever addresses the issues around children? I believe that's where we're heading here today, and why we got these issues on the ground, because the government has not addressed any of those recommendations. And now that somehow it's the blame of the Aboriginal community or people, they've got the blame that I have to change around the Aboriginal child placement principle. That principle is a national principle. It has been created by lived experience, stolen generation, members right across Australia. I was part of that even with SNAKE as the peak body. The changes to the Aboriginal child placement principle, that we've got a government that has no understanding how that principle worked, that they have placed our children all over the places, and the harm that's done by doing that, by not following the Aboriginal child placement principle. So today, we are suffering, Aboriginal people are suffering, because this government has failed to address that principle, to a point they're trying to now change that principle to open the doors that anyone can manage our children or care for our children. So most of those children have come out of the child protection system, they're in the justice system. Yeah. And that would I know, because I know most of those children and the families. But some of those children don't have connection to their family because they don't know who their family are. And so they're lost. They congregate together and they find that's a family, and they're all in that system, sadly. But they're all damaged.
It's a pipeline.
Yes. It's a racketing.
From child protection, steal the child, lock them up, put them with a white family, then lock them up.
It's not just white families, they're with all different cultures. Some Aboriginal children speak Greek, Asian. They're lost, they're gone. By the time they're 18, they're out of the system. Where do they go? Who do they go to? Because they don't know where they're going.
Can I just add to that? And I think it's really important for us to be reminded that the Bringing Them Home report clearly stated that the transfer of children through the child removal system, as well as the child detention system, the removal of First Nation children away from their family to non-Indigenous families, is tantamount to genocide. And we, in our view, and this is not in our written submission, but in our observation of the currents of political system and the economic priorities of the federal government and the Northern Territory government, we see this locking away of children and separating them from their family as a form of genocide, with an intention of allowing for easier land theft for the mining companies, for the military-industrial complex, for agriculture, for energy. And the reason we say this is because when First Nation children are separated from family, they're separated from culture, separated from land, they are not, families are less likely to resist, less likely able to resist the government because they have children locked up. That takes up a lot of their mental capacity, emotional capacity. The children themselves, when they lose culture, they lose that connection to country, and they lose that the First Nations community's resistance to the state is weakened as well. And we make these observations because we know that the federal government has identified Northern Australia as as a site for potential economic development in areas of critical minerals mining, energy, fuel, oil and gas, agriculture, and the military-industrial complex. The federal government has stated, especially in the context of the genocide happening in Palestine and the disruption of fuel through the Hormuz Strait, the need for sovereignty around fuel, sovereignty around critical minerals, and the Northern Territory has been identified as those sites where there's extraction of critical minerals and fuel, and the building of more bases to be done. And alongside that, we saw that the CLP government, when they entered government in 2024, in addition to passing laws to increase the incarceration of First Nations people, particularly children, they also introduced the Territory Coordinator Bill, which has come into effect, where they created essentially a way of consolidating executive power into the hands of the Territory Coordinator Minister, which is the Chief Minister herself, as well as creating a new position, the Territory Coordinator, who has the power to consolidate the role. They have the power to take on the role of any agency in order to streamline, greenlight any economic activity that is considered a priority to the Northern Territory. And when the Chief Minister introduced the Territory Coordinator Bill, she identified the 4 priorities of the Territory Coordinator, which is energy, critical minerals, the military, as well as agriculture. So the alignment between what the federal government wants economically and the territory government wants, we believe that the federal government is delegating the task of caging children, of committing of these acts of genocide against First Peoples, in order to allow for the federal government, in alignment with the territorial government, to steal more land, in order to expand those areas, economic areas that has been identified as critical for strategic purposes, in order to enhance the Australian state's sovereignty. So I think that's where we wanted to sort of make that connection with, and why we feel that the federal government is very reluctant to use its leverage to rein in the Northern Territory government, because the federal government has an economic stake in the caging of First Nations people.
Thank you. Senator Thorpe's indicated she's got one more question. Mr. Means got one more follow-up question. We've only got 5 more minutes with you, so I just wanted to flag that. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Well, that makes complete economic sense for the colonisers. So thank you for that. It's the art of war. My only, well, I've got a few, so I'll put the rest on notice. But my last question is, well, what should the Commonwealth government do to intervene on the Northern Territory's racist policies and practices?
Well, can I say, Senator, we have tried on several occasions to make contact with our ministers, our 2 senators, in reference to what is going on here. We've called out to the Prime Minister. A lot of the departments, it's called as NARJA. I'm actually a founder of NARJA, the Aboriginal Legal Service, and we've all requested that the funds be withdrawn from the NT government, and we haven't seen or heard from the Minister right up until today. She has sent us an invitation to speak to her advisor, but that's about it. So we have been calling her out. Where are you, Melody Dairy? we have no help in reference to what the Commonwealth is doing, but it's also been mentioned again last week that we're demanding that the Commonwealth intervene with what's going on here, but we've had no help in reference to that. But there are other discussions around class actions as a discussion, and I think it's important that we have to address these issues that are affecting our people on the ground here. And in my living life, I've never seen anything like it, but you can't even get to the table to discuss anything. And I think that's quite sad as working together in a community, in a town. It's not happening. So we just continue our fights, and that's the reason why we've joined Justice Not Jails, because it's a community group and it's led by many people. We have doctors, nurses, advisors, and politicians that come to our meetings just to hear what community has to say. And yeah, we get a lot of help from services that want our help, but we're not incorporated, we're just a voice on the ground. I was with Closed on Dale with Senior Counsel Johnny Lawrence. We took it as far as we can, and then Justice Not Jails were formed. We're asking, I think our leadership is exhausted from the fight as well with what's going on in the Territory. Yeah, it's a very gloomy 2 years that we've been sitting in, and we've still got another 2 years with this government. So we
Thank
just...
you. Oh, sorry. Sorry, were you...
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you. I'll take the opportunity to share the call, and I'll just indicate that I did have some questions, but they'll be put on notice from me just to catch us up on time a bit. And we've got one final question from Mr. Benny.
Thanks, Chair. Just a statement and a question. And I understand the political context. In the past, before Australia was colonised, there was no centrally funded police. I understand that. But within the context of 2026, have you seen a jurisdiction where we have abolished the police and we've seen crime rates go down? So that's my question. And then my statement is why I think language is important and policies need to be realistic. My concern is that I think the average Australian, not someone from metropolitan Sydney or Melbourne, this is where most people live today, would see policies like defund the police and close up prisons, or language like genocide, and they would get upset. And this inquiry is looking into racism, and I think language like that might actually create more division. So that's my statement, and then my question is, have we seen evidence where...
We're in genocide right now under this government. If you know what genocide is, if you're Aboriginal, you would know what genocide is. For us, the treatment by this government is atrocious to Aboriginal people. And how do you just keep changing reforms to keep locking up Aboriginal people? And we're up to 200 going to court every day. People are sitting on remand for long terms. Where's the justice in all this? We have a justice system, but we've got a government that keeps changing the laws. We know that the court system and some of the people working inside these departments don't agree on what's going on. We've talked to many workers that work in the department, but they've got no choices than to deliver what the government wants. So I'm not going to go there with policing with you. I think doctors explained the reason why around the policing, but somehow you didn't seem to get it. Yeah, so that's all I've got to say. But my question is that we had another part of this we're calling the Declan's Law. I don't know, you never mentioned this in reference to the Minister for AG, her stepson had killed an Aboriginal man and got away with it through the system. She referred him to lawyers. That was her brother-in-law. It was so corrupt, it wasn't funny. He'd harmed 2 Aboriginal people, didn't have a licence, he was intoxicated. Where's that? That doesn't come through. They're the stuff that we have to deal with here in the Territory. So you need to read that to tell what we're dealing with here today. And he should have been incarcerated, killing an Aboriginal man. And he's harmed another one that lived. Why does Aboriginal people have to go to jail and he doesn't? He's on remand, he's drinking, he's having a good old time. He's not even monitored, but Aboriginal people are. Where's the difference? That's what we call justice.
I think just
Can't answer that.
Just to quickly go back to what about whether there are jurisdictions where alternatives to police have existed. Again, I think in order for those alternatives to exist, they need to be allowed to be developed and funded and be tested, and this is. We know that the police and the prisons, I won't say they don't work. They work as intention, which is to incarcerate and punish First Nations people. So they work really well. They kill First Nations people. They lead to the torture of First Nations people through the prison system. So, but if you want a system that reduces harm, the police is not it, the prisons is not it, and there's centuries worth of evidence to say that. And so why are we not looking at alternatives, except for the fact that we don't want to? Because the state doesn't want alternatives put forward by First Peoples, because those alternatives will work. And so when alternatives are being put forward, for example, the community peacekeeping program in Anindiyakwa country, those programs are actually undermined by the police themselves, as I mentioned earlier, and also in the submission. Mr. Yingia Guyula, in his submission, talks about his own role as a community peacekeeper, as an elder, and how his role, how he sees the roles of the community peacekeeping group being undermined by the lack of funding from the government. And so there are programs that are working or we can't measure how it works unless we allow enough time for it to work. And we also need resources to First Peoples in a way that they are able to develop these programs using First Nations knowledges, without the short terms of, measures, short-term funding cycles that the government imposes on First Peoples. Yeah, so there are alternatives there. They already exist. First Nations peoples are already telling you what the alternatives are. When they've demonstrated it, it's either been defunded or being undermined by the policing system itself.
Thank you very much, and for staying a little bit longer than you were on the schedule to respond to questions.
Chair,
Very briefly, please.
Well, I'm a bit concerned because just recently, only the last day or so, YISA, the Aboriginal accommodation, they've lost the tender and it's gone to Anglicare and the YWCA. They house over 400 Aboriginal people in the wet season. Right now they're housing over 200 and something, and it's quite disturbing that that yearly housing has lost that tender and it's gone to Care Bears. And the reason why it was based around they have more experience in homelessness. Well, who knows more better than homelessness as Aboriginal people themselves? Because majority of them are homeless right now. So that's a big issue happening today. It's in the news, and it is a concern for us when that's that. Because I've placed families there under child protection. It's reasonable cheap. They have 3 meals a day. And it's run by Aboriginal people. And Yearly Housing is an organisation that looks after Aboriginal housing across the Territory. So it is a very sad day that they've lost the tender. But I've also heard that the CLPs be shutting down a lot of Aboriginal organisation and services across the Northern Territory. So
Thank you for that.
we call it racism. That's why we're here today.
Thank you, and thank you for your evidence this afternoon. You've certainly got a question on, you'll get some questions on notice from me, and other committee members have indicated they'll also be putting some questions on notice to you. And if you'd also like to provide any additional information and also respond to questions on notice, if you can do that by the 5th of August and provide it to the Secretariat, that will be incredibly helpful. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence from today, and you'll also have an opportunity to request any fixes to any errors that you might see there. So thank you very much for your time this afternoon. We'll take a very short suspension while we welcome our next guest.
Thank you.
I now call on Dr. Robin Smith to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Hello, my name is Robin Smith. I am a non-Indigenous historian. I have worked on projects including colonial frontier massacres, the Australian Wars and Resistance, and I lecture in colonial history and associated subjects at Charles Darwin University.
Thank you very much. Now, I've got a short spiel to read and then we can get into asking some questions. But although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live on our Parliamentary website, which is audio. I understand you don't have an opening statement?
Correct, I don't.
All right, we can go directly to questions. Mr. Chappie.
Thank you, Dr. Smith, for presenting today. We appreciate you coming along to the inquiry. My question in relation to your submission put forward is how could you discuss in more detail about how racism within the government emergency management and response impacts First Nations communities and how that might be reformed? Through other speakers this morning, we've heard that that is a major concern. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate.
Not a great deal, I'm afraid. That's just what I was observing during the flood emergencies earlier this year and late last year. I do know that, and you've probably heard this, I apologise if it's repeating evidence, but the people from Nayu, Daly River, for example, only went home last month from being rehoused, repatriated, removed while the community was being cleaned and the houses and so on. So I can't add much more than that. I do understand that at the time, emergency services had multiple evacuations going on at once in multiple parts of the territory, but one community, I think it was Niu, had been evacuated, allowed to return, and then were evacuated again. And I think they're the people who finished up on a basketball court in Katherine in driving rain with sort of only two sides of a shelter, and they were almost as exposed as they would have been in their own community. So the hows and whys and wherefores with that I cannot explain or extrapolate on because I'm not in emergency services, but from observing what happened, it did seem to be very, very haphazard, and people in communities that were predominantly white received better treatment and quicker treatment.
So would it be reasonable that there should be a mechanism or a time frame for all communities within the Northern Territory or in regional Australia, that there is some accepted time frame, and if that isn't the capability isn't there within each jurisdiction, that there potentially could be a place for Defence Force to assist?
I suppose in an ideal world, a time frame would be great, but when you're dealing with floods and emergencies, and I think there was some involvement of the ADF Defence on this occasion. These
in that community?
Floods, I'm not sure in that community particularly, but if they weren't called in or out, they were certainly on standby. Because there was potentially there were evacuations required from limited airstrips that were in danger of flooding, and the only way out was by air. So I think there was some defence capacity on standby, but again, I'm not sure about. You'd really need to talk to the emergency services people.
So, a follow-up question, if I may, Madam Chair. Yeah, just in relation to your statement about racism, that it was predominantly white communities that were first serviced and been able to come back to community. Can you lead me to some sort of evidence or documentation? Is it a perception, or is there a factual information we could lean back into as a committee that would help guide, let's say, if there were further? I mean, I'm sure if it's happening here, it would be in other jurisdictions across the country as well.
Katherine, I think, is the example where the majority of residents were white. It's also easier to evacuate, so that could explain why the treatment was more immediate there. Of course, Aboriginal communities are remote. That goes back to historical reasons in relation to land. But Alice Springs to a lesser extent, but there wasn't much evacuation in respect of Alice Springs. Katherine, this last wet season would be the one where any white people who were evacuated from the town were evacuated quickly. They were also returned fairly quickly because the level dropped quicker. But the remote communities seem to have secondary emergency accommodation, in the case of Niu, the first evacuation saw the resident, I think, at the Darwin Showgrounds. The second one had them staging and finishing up down at Batchelor in, not shipping containers, I think demountables, until they were allowed back just last month. So there seem to be different priorities or different arrangements for people, and I'm not saying that was based on race, because there were so many things going on at the time that any emergency facilities we had were under pressure. But it did seem, watching it unfold, that white residents were treated very much quicker than Aboriginal residents. They also were residents who happened to be in urban areas, and that could have something to do with it.
Have you seen a report that states something similar that you could
No.
point to the committee to?
No, and I think it's way too early for reports on. They're probably being written as we speak about those evacuations and the last wet season, but no, I haven't.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chappie. Mr Benning.
Thank you, Chair. Your submission does outline a clear set of recommendations for this committee, and it was very detailed. If you had to give us the top 3 practical recommendations that the Commonwealth could implement, what would they be?
That the Commonwealth could implement?
We represent
the
Commonwealth, I suppose.
Well, I think first a need to recognise that the history, the colonial history of Australia, settler colonialism, and the impact that that continues to have, because it can't be seen in isolation. It's still being felt now. It's still being practiced now. All our institutions are based on British colonialism. You're based on the Parliament of the UK, the Houses of Parliament. The principles, justice principles, values, land, all of those sorts of things are based on those colonial models. And so everything that is now happening, everything that's cascaded down from there, we're feeling now. So I don't know how you'd roll that into a single recommendation, but that is a principle. And in my submission, I also spoke about the definition of settler colonialism and the logic of elimination. And I know we just got a little upset with the use of the word genocide, but Wolf argues with the logic of elimination, it doesn't stop with genocide, with the bullets. The elimination continues to be practiced through the system, the laws, the practices, the marginalisation, the minimalisation, the trivialisation of the existing culture. So that is, and we see that in, just look around any town community in Australia today, at the monuments, the statues, the street names, the town names, they're all named after pretty much white men. And in their official histories, biographies, their transgressions just don't appear. So you could be forgiven for thinking they were all saints, because none of them ever did anything wrong. And that's what settler colonialism is, and that's what it does. So all our structures today, and basically it's the message that all our parliaments, the federal parliament, all the state and territory jurisdictions send, reflect that my way or the highway, you comply or you're out. And so, yeah, sorry, I have no idea how you'd work that into a recommendation, but that's historically what happened and why much of what's happening today is happening.
Yes, thank you. And the reason this inquiry is taking place, and many before, and probably many after, is because this is obviously a very difficult situation and something that's not easy to fix overnight.
Oh, it's very, very complicated, and I would not like to be trying to unravel it. But you can't look. I'll give you an example. We in the NT had estimates a couple of weeks ago, and the Minister for Education said that Creole was not a language, that it was broken English. you could argue with that. But that's where the conversation sort of stopped, and it was in the context was bilingual teaching in schools. And there was no, well, how is it that people speak Creole? Why do people speak Creole? Because they were belted for speaking their own languages. They don't know what their own language is. These are people from a whole bunch of different language groups who found one language in common, which was Creole, and is now, I don't know how you define a language and what's recognised and what isn't, but it's I think, second or third most spoken language in the NT, Creole. So to have someone sitting there and say, oh, that's just broken English, without a broader explanation of why it is that Creole exists, isn't the whole story.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your research maps the frontier massacres across the Northern Territory.
Yes.
For people who think that that's ancient history, how does it connect to the racism that First Nations people experience today? I think you've started to talk about that in some of the evidence you've given already. But
yes, I think the first point to make there is that historically, with massacres in the southern and eastern states, massacres tended to be perpetrated by police, which were paramilitary units. The history of policing in Australia is paramilitary. That wasn't the case across northern Australia and in the Northern Territory because there weren't enough police. There just weren't police to patrol the area. So these were settlers, as they were known, pastoralists. They were people taking land. Land is at the nub of all of this. It's about land. So the people who were taking the land, and in the case of Northern Australia, it was pastoralism. The vast majority of land then and now is retained for pastoralism, although there's also the pot of gold fantasy that there always was about Northern Australia. There's some big hole that you can just dig out and sell and it'll make everyone fabulously wealthy. No one's found it yet, but... so that is how the massacres were perpetrated in Northern Australia. They were by settlers, but there's a military component to that too, because most of those had military service. They had served in one war or other, if not for the Crown, the Empire, the colony, then for other countries. So they were good shots and they had weapons. They had learnt to fire weapons, you know, in the military with their military training, and they're the weapons that they had on the land. So they can't be separated from the greater establishment. So I'm sorry, did that answer your question?
I was just linking it to the racism that people experience today.
Well, yes. Well, overwhelmingly the victims of those massacres were Aboriginal people who were being herded off their land and that is the grounding of it. It's the us and them, the othering because of the land. And that in the Northern Territory you have the added complication of the Land Rights Act, which is will have an anniversary this year of the 50th year since its introduction. And just the other day, a former treasurer of the NT and a former MHR, Dave Tolner, had in the local paper, he was saying, he didn't quite say this, but he was saying it's nearly 50 years, it has to go. It's that act is just stopping the Northern Territory and we need it gone and we need access to the land. So it's not ancient history. It's in the here and now. It's just not as overt. But land is the issue.
Thank you. I want to ask about the frontier wars and them not being recognised in our national war commemorations. What would proper recognition, including at the Australian War Memorial, look like? Do you think it's needed, and what would it look like?
I do.
Yeah.
What it would look like is difficult to say. It wouldn't look like a monument. That's a very colonial acknowledgement. Certainly truth-telling. And what it would look like, well, those frontier wars were all over the country. So you can take clusters, if you like, of the frontier massacres, and over time, over a few years, you can see that was in fact not a series of random massacres. It was a war, warfare. So you wouldn't. It's not practical, and it's not sensible, and it wouldn't be useful anyway to erect a monument. Everyone, but the Aboriginal communities concerned should be consulted to see what they want, and quite often it's some sort of a natural formation in the form of a resting place, a resting ground. Sometimes it's interpretive signage. If you look at the legacy sites in the USA, that's the slavery ones. There are interpretive centres for those that have some really good educational material. Really, it's up to the Aboriginal people concerned.
Yeah, thank you. And then my last couple of questions before I share the call. You've written about massacre perpetrators being honoured and memorialised. There's, certainly plenty of examples of that in my home state of Victoria with someone like John Batman, for example.
Yes.
Is there a federal role in how we name and recognise history, and what should change in terms of memorialisation? Just the easy questions.
Yes, thank you for that. Once again, I think acknowledgement of what has gone before. I think there needs to be, I'll give you an example. I have first-year students in a unit colonising Australia. One of their assignments is, just trying to work out if I'm giving anything away here, I don't think so. Tell me, find a place near you or that you know, and tell me about the man it was named after, because invariably it's a man, and tell me why it was named after that man. Now tell me what else the man did that isn't in his biography. And I learn a lot in that assignment because I have students from all over the country, so I see lots of different, I didn't know that. That's the sort of stuff that memorialisation committees should be looking at.
Having your students submit the
No.
assignments.
It would make their work easier. But having a critical look at it, and which is not to say rename places necessarily, because people get very emotional about the name of their street and their town things, but at least having the truth there to say,
the full history.
Yeah, that while he did this, he also did this, or whatever it is. Now, there's a case in point. There's more than one, but this just comes up all. You're going to Alice Springs, aren't you? You'll hear about it, I'm sure. Wilshire Street. William Wilshire was a police officer in Central Australia, and then he was recalled to Adelaide because of his appalling behaviour. Then he was posted again to the Victoria River region to get him out of Adelaide, where he was behaving very badly. So send him back to the boondocks. There is a street in Alice Springs named Wilshire Street. Now, that guy was a serial murderer and rapist. And the council in Alice Springs has several times gone to change the name of the street, and all hell breaks loose. People, no, you can't change the name of my street. It's my street, and I've lived there, and so it's all very emotional. But some truth in the entry for why the street is named Wilshire Street would start to undo the dominant narrative that serves the role of settler colonialism. Again, sorry, I don't know how that turns
useful.
into a recommendation.
No,
but
that was useful. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today. I just want to correct something that came up before about the war memorial. I know that our people have been protesting for years and years and years to have the frontier wars acknowledged by the war memorial. I've spoken about this in Parliament a number of times. So there actually is, they're building a gallery based on the frontier wars, and they are planning an exhibition on the frontier wars. So that work is happening, but that's from years, decades of protests from the activists that no one likes. So I just want to give credit to those activists that did that.
Yes.
Because the frontier wars will be acknowledged by
Yes.
the war memorial in this country for the first time. The first war ever on the shores of this country was against its first people. So,
Yeah.
My first question is, what does the absence of the racist CLP government, their absence of not being here today? I mean, we're hearing from victim survivors and allies that provide evidence of ongoing sophistication of genocide in the Northern Territory against Aboriginal people, but we don't have the perpetrators coming to this hearing today. I'd just like to know what your thoughts are about that.
I didn't know that they weren't here, that they weren't coming. I would have thought it would be an opportunity for them. The first I heard of it was with the previous witnesses. I didn't realise. And I don't know whether that is by an order that went out to everyone, an instruction, or not. I'm not in the government, so I don't know. But I didn't know.
So why should they be here? Why do you think it's important that the perpetrators come to the table?
Well, I'm not sure that they should be here, but they certainly had the opportunity that they could take, particularly with what's been in the media recently. And obviously the really screamingly obvious one is the child protection legislation. But there are others that were mentioned here: youth justice, adult justice, budgets, all sorts of things, housing. So yes, I don't know.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Your submission points out that the Albanese government's never should have had voice referendum was not just his government's broken promise to implement voice treaty truth, the so-called Uluru Statement, but has become one of the triggers for a resurgence of racism in this country. You also say that this government's failure was not a failure in isolation. Can you please elaborate on that?
Yes. I think what happened in the campaign for the voice referendum with the no campaign was it seemed to embolden, well, it featured quite a lot of racism, but it seemed to then embolden people to feel entitled to, I don't know whether you'd call it bandwagonism, jumping on a bandwagon, but it seemed to attract a certain number of people who have continued on with that. So I think there has been an increase in racism. Certainly, look, online is a whole different world, but online and in reality, since the campaign and the referendum, and as I said in my submission, also since the return of the incumbent president of the US, who there seems, and there does seem to be, I don't know if it's a close nexus, but some sort of loose nexus there. It's been really sad to watch, to see.
We've heard that pretty much every hearing, every area that we've been to, we've heard about the rise of racism since that failed referendum, so thank you. In your view, if the Albanese government enacted the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which they've already voted down, unfortunately, because I put that bill up, if they did commit to it in domestic law and implemented the National Anti-Racism Framework developed by the Human Rights Commission in consultation with our people and organisations, service providers, government departments, what difference do you think this would have to addressing racism in the territory and broadly in this country?
I suspect, like any government policy or legislation, it would depend entirely on the commitment to it. It's one thing, as you know, to legislate or to support a policy. It's quite another thing to see it through with implementation on the ground. So it would depend on the level of commitment from the government down through the state jurisdictions and everyone responsible, the departments responsible for implementation of it, or for seeing that the principles and goals and targets and outcomes of whatever it is, the legislation or the policy, are met.
The federal government have the constitutional power to intervene in this very violently racist government in the Northern Territory. They have the power to intervene. Should they?
They are extremely reluctant to do that because it has been done before. And the circumstances under which it was done before were not all that meritorious, but there is an historical reason for subsequent federal governments resisting interfering, although you're right, they do have that capacity under the Self-Government Act. Should they? I don't know.
And to follow up, that is the government's excuse to allow this systemically violent racism to run rampant in the Northern Territory. That is the federal government's excuse that, the intervention, we don't want to go down that path. I'm not talking about an intervention on Aboriginal people. I'm talking about an intervention on a racist government that is incarcerating our children and our people at higher rates than anywhere else in the world, and that can just walk into a community and shoot our people dead without consequence, or run someone over without consequence, or shut down self-determined programs that work without consequence. That's the intervention I'm talking about. That how can the federal government allow this government to perpetrate a very sophisticated genocide? So in that view, can you tell me what you think about that?
Not really, because I understand that there's a reluctance on the part of the federal government. There's also a failing on the part of the federal government. I mentioned in my submission funding and all these I quoted Bob Beedman, who has referenced funding that federal governments, successive federal governments, not any particular one, come up with and say, right, there, Northern Territory, there's your money, here's a program. And then off they run and they leave the recurrent funding to the Northern Territory, and there's no money for recurrent funding. So that is part of the reason we find ourselves where we are now. So intervention, what will that do? It will be short term, for sure. It'll just cause people to rail again against the feds and leave us alone, and we know what we're doing in this extraordinary part of the world and all of that leave us alone stuff. And there are a whole bunch of contributing factors to what does and doesn't work in the NT. Because of our territory status, because of the Self-Government Act, because of the Land Rights Act, because of the funding arrangements, there is a lot to fix, and how you'd go about that. But would intervention help? Short term, possibly.
So just a follow-up question. So the NT government get a big piece of the pie for GST, and GST is determined by having communities that need more funding, the disadvantage.
There's a
disadvantage
formula,
of a state or territory government. You get a whole lot of GST based on your disadvantage. Now, the Northern Territory government are ensuring and embedding disadvantage here, so it's actually economically beneficial to keep my people in this disadvantaged state, because it means more money for the Northern Territory government. What's your view on that?
I don't know. I know there's a formula and it's supposed to be based on need. But it's certainly the case that the Northern Territory is not rolling in money. So if disadvantage is factored in now, I'm not sure that it's enough. But I don't know the formula, so I don't know how it works.
Yeah, well, they seem to fund police and prisons very well here.
And the legal funding and the courts are just... Naja just the other day said that they can't deliver their community legal education in Alice Springs. There's no money. Legal aid can't provide duty solicitors court. The courts are overrun. I don't know what's going on with budgets, but there's not enough, clearly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. That concludes the time we have for questions for you this afternoon. You might get some questions on notice from the committee, and you might also wish to provide additional information as well to the committee. If you wanted to do that, could you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 5th of August? And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and you'll have an opportunity to request any fixes to those errors that you might find. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
And we will take a very short suspension while we welcome Naja to the table. We will now resume, and I call on representatives from the Northern Australian Justice Agency, NAJA. Sorry, they were on the same thing on my notes here. Can you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Teresa Rowe, I'm the chairperson of NAJA, the North Australian Aboriginal Justice Agency.
Afternoon, Chair. My name is Matthew Connop. I'm the Deputy CEO of North Australian Aboriginal Justice Agency.
Thank you very much. I've got a short spiel and then I'll invite you to make an opening statement. So, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. I'll now invite you to make an opening statement if you have one.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. First of all, would like to acknowledge that we're meeting on Larrakia country here in Darwin and pay our respects to the elders past and emerging and our young leaders. NAJA welcomes this inquiry into racism, hate and violence directed at our people, and we thank the committee for the opportunity to appear today. Aboriginal people have survived over 65,000 years and have the oldest living cultures in the world. Before first contact with colonisers, we were strong, rich in our culture, in our law, in our systems of leadership, science, health, education and trading. These systems worked very well for us, but we were forced off our land, subject to massacres, discrimination, racism, hate and violence, which has had devastating impacts for our people and communities. These impacts are intergenerational and still very much alive today. Today, racism is worse than ever. Aboriginal people in the NT wake up every morning knowing that they will experience some form of racism, whether that be at the shops, in the schools, in public settings and in their neighbourhoods, online and through social media. It's a reality our people live with, which is totally unacceptable. NAJA is the largest legal service in the NT. We support Aboriginal Territorians in matters relating to housing, social security, police and prisons, accountability, child protection and adult and youth criminal matters. NAJA also provides case management to people in contact with the criminal justice system as part of our through care service and provide a 24/7 custody notification service for our people when they are taken into custody. Through this work, we see how racism is deeply ingrained in the systems our people have to deal with every day. We see our families living in overcrowded homes, our children being taken away and our people being locked up, treated poorly by police and dying in custody at unacceptable rates. Really, and it's very difficult for the staff at NAJA and the board to deal with every day. And not only NAJA, but Aboriginal people living in the Northern Territory. Our people are suffering profound and ongoing harm from systemic racism, and the current NT government is actively entrenching that harm through its laws, policies and public narratives. Radicalised narratives in politics, particularly under the current CLP government, the media and social media create fear and division and are used to justify harsher laws against our people. Many laws in the NT look fair on paper, but disproportionately impact Aboriginal Territorians when they are applied in practice. Our people are already likely to experience homelessness, and you may have heard in the media in the last couple of days, we have an accommodation place in Darwin called Yissa, and we've been told 260 adults, 160 kids have to move out within 90 days. The Minister has just decided that they're going to, and these are Aboriginal people where they, and it's very difficult anywhere in Darwin to get accommodation. So there's no alternatives, and they're going to be out on the streets. Poverty, contact with the justice system. So when bail requires a person to have a stable address, we know Aboriginal people will be most likely affected more harshly. The consequences of systemic racism are entirely predictable. More Aboriginal people will be policed and held in prison, and more of our children will be taken away from their family, culture and country. These laws may not use openly racist language, but we can see their impact on our people, and governments must be held responsible for that. These problems did not begin today. They are connected to a long history of governments making decisions for Aboriginal people rather than listening to us and working alongside us. We urgently need the Commonwealth Government to take responsibility. We have to take responsibility at NARJA for everything we do. We're accountable. The Northern Territory should be made accountable. And that's what, it's very hard to see that's happening with all the laws and changes that are going on. Commonwealth funding to the NT should be tied to genuine progress under closing the gap. The government should be required to properly consider how new laws will affect Aboriginal people before those laws are passed. Aboriginal leaders and community members should be involved in all policies and decisions that affect Aboriginal people. More funding should go directly to Aboriginal community-controlled organisations to strengthen the sector rather than the NT government, because our people know what our communities need, and they also know what the solutions are. We're also calling on the Commonwealth Government to develop a minimum national standards, properly funded anti-discrimination bodies, and establish an independent mechanism to hold the police accountable. At the moment, we have deaths in custodies. We've had coronial inquiries. We've had all these complaints against police, and then we don't have an independent body to investigate those complaints. Police investigate themselves, and we know the results of that. So something needs to be done. They have to be held accountable. That mechanism should be separate from police and should be designed and led by Aboriginal people. Social media companies must also be made to do more to remove racist content and make it easier for our people and organisations to report abuse. We have many great leaders who want to see positive changes and who are out there creating a better future for all of us. But we can't do this alone, and against the backdrop of racism and equality, which is alive and well in the Northern Territory. That's my statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. We'll proceed to questions and begin with Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing today. And I can't imagine what your workload is like here. You state in your submission that the Commonwealth Government is in a unique position to take real steps to address racism in the NT because of, one, the constitutional arrangements of the NT, two, 72% of the NT budget is sourced from Commonwealth funding, and three, Commonwealth funding of ACOs could ensure essential services are designed and delivered for and by our people, and would not been able to be repurposed by the NT government. Have you shared this advice with the Albanese Labor government? What has been their response? Because whenever I talk to them about this, I am told racism, deaths in custody and over-incarceration are territory matters. Enforceable minimum national standards are possible, aren't they? I know it's a big question, but...
Thanks, Senator Thorpe. And in terms of whether it's a Northern Territory matter, it's jurisdictional. At the end of the day, as you said, 72% of the funding comes from the Commonwealth. I believe last year in November or October last year, Senator Malandiri McCarthy put on the table that financial penalties may be put forward, and financial penalties in the Northern Territory need to be put forward. Closing the gap agreement isn't being honoured. We've got a Northern Territory government that basically does whatever they want, how they want, and mocks people when they counter what the Northern Territory government says, does in terms of implementing punitive laws that are directly impacting Aboriginal people, disproportionately impacting Aboriginal people. So if you're providing 72% of the funding that comes from the Commonwealth of Northern Territory, you want outcomes. Every other Aboriginal organisation in the Northern Territory has to produce outcomes, has KPIs, and what we need to see in the Northern Territory is not just real action, but real action from the Commonwealth to step in, as you said previously, in not an intervention on Aboriginal people, but have real scrutiny on the Northern Territory government. You know, you look at the political discourse, how it happens right now in the Northern Territory, the open racism, you know, the fact that Minister Cahill can sit here publicly and say that she's honoured to wear the hat to be called racist. Now, those attitudes, what does that send a message to the Northern Territory? How are Aboriginal people impacted? You know, we are the ones suffering on the ground every day of the week. The punitive laws that have been implemented since 2024, since this government, have increased in the incarceration rate by 40%. 2,800 to 2,900 people are incarcerated up here. 41 people are arrested every single day. Aboriginal people, you look at the laws that have been implemented or enforced since 1910, Northern Territory Aboriginal Act, 1910. That expressly says the words Aboriginal. This legislation and multiple legislation that's been implemented may not say the word Aboriginal. It might be neutral, but what it does is it directly affects Aboriginal people, and it's targeted at Aboriginal people. The data doesn't lie. 41 people are arrested every single day. 47% of Aboriginal people are on remand. 90% of Aboriginal people, children are in the child protection system. You're implementing laws that directly affect Aboriginal people, and you can sit and they cannot sit there and say it is not racist, just because the legislation doesn't say the word Aboriginal, and that's a fact.
Thank you. I was going to ask about the so-called NT child protection. I don't know how much protection that minister actually, or what protection means to her if she's proud to be racist. So I won't go there, but...
Point of order.
What now? You can't keep protecting racists over there.
Senator Thorpe, we've got a point of order, please.
Standing Order 193, disorderly conduct. Let me just... And Senator, I would ask you to withdraw both that comment and the comment from earlier today.
Well, I said I wouldn't.
Senator Thorpe, please let Mr Manning finish.
I've since reviewed the article that you shared, and I would ask you to withdraw your remarks in relation to the Chief Anti-Minister for Whanokē.
Senator Thorpe, in the article that you referred to and Mr Venning is references, you stated that the Chief Minister said that she was proud to be racist. The article does not say that the Chief Minister said that about herself, and Mr Venning is asking you to withdraw those comments. It's misrepresenting what the Chief Minister said.
So just a point of clarification. My question is relating to this child protection racist minister. So are you pulling me up about which racist? Which one you want?
Senator Thorpe, it's
but which one? Because he pulled me up about this one.
Yeah, I think.
But are you pulling me up about both or just one?
So he said he would ask you to withdraw the comment that you've just made, and then he also went on to say that, also asked about your, also referenced your comments earlier about the Chief Minister and has asked you to withdraw those. So he's doing both in the one instance.
Correct.
Well, in that case, I am willing to withdraw my comments that the Northern Territory Chief Minister is racist and say that maybe she's not racist. But on this particular question, I'm not withdrawing because it's stated fact. She said it herself. She said, recently NT Child Protection Minister Robin Cahill said, if caring about children makes me a racist, I wear that like a badge of honour. So I'm not withdrawing that. Happy to withdraw the first one, but not withdrawing the second one. And if we need to shut down this committee to talk about that, then I'm happy to talk about that.
Chair and Senator Thorpe, Standing Order 193 says the Senator shall not use offensive words against either House of Parliament or a House of a State or Territory Parliament or any member of such House or against a judicial officer, and all imputations of improper motives and all personal reflections on those Houses, members or officers shall be considered highly disorderly. So according to that, calling a minister a racist is highly disorderly.
Senator Thorpe, it would be helpful for
I'm
the
not
committee.
withdrawing that one. She's a racist. She's proud. She's wearing it. Where's the badge of honour? You got a badge for her, or you got one tucked away in your pocket too? I'm not withdrawing that one. No, I'm not. I'm not. A racist is a racist, and she is willing to wear it like a badge of honour. Come on. No. I said I'll withdraw the first one, but I'm not withdrawing this one.
Standing Order 203, if a Senator is guilty of disorderly conduct, uses objectionable words and refuses to withdraw such words, I'll ask the Chair to suspend that proceeding of the committee and report the offence to the President.
We might have a private meeting if that's okay. Thank you. We'll suspend or we have a private meeting.
So I'm
We will now resume with the North Australian Aboriginal Justice Agency, and before we return to questions, Senator Thorpe, I would ask you to withdraw your comments made about the Northern Territory Minister.
Chief Minister?
The
yes, yep.
The Child Protection Minister,
Child
both. I think you'd already said on the record that you withdrew the comments about the Northern Territory Chief Minister, from memory.
Not sure.
Anyway, if you didn't do it on the record, if you could please do both of those things on the record, and then we can proceed to questions.
So I withdraw my comments about the Northern Territory Chief Commissioner being racist, and I also withdraw my comments about the Northern Territory Child Protection Minister, Robin Cahill, being racist.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe.
And I'll continue with my question.
Yes,
Thank you.
Senator Thorpe.
So recently, the Northern Territory Child Protection Minister, Robin Cahill, said, and this comes from the Northern Territory News from May 2026, she said, if caring about children makes me a racist, I wear that like a badge of honour. The Attorney-General said it is certainly not racist to want a safe community. The NT AG, Marie-Claire Boothby, said, we've seen the number of people in prisons expand and we think that's a good thing. Can you explain to the committee why it is dangerous for the NT government to claim that its policies are universal and will benefit everyone in child protection, housing, the justice system and emergency management?
Well, I'm not sure whether increasing, not that I'm not sure, it's definitely not a good thing to be locking people away and removing more children and taking control of people's agency in terms of emergency management. We've seen that this year in terms of the flood response, which I'm happy to speak further to, which reminded me and a lot of Aboriginal people that we represent and a lot of our clients, days of the intervention, quarantining welfare payments, taking control of people's livelihoods and different practices being implemented for Aboriginal people. But it's definitely not a good thing.
We heard previously from other witnesses that it was like handing out rations with cups of sugar and at those shelters.
Yeah, I just think it's disgraceful how the minister has said they're doing, all these things because they care about children. It's like Aboriginal people don't care about their children, because it's totally wrong. Aboriginal families, our children are everything to us. They are our lives, they're our future. I mean, for her to more or less say Aboriginal people don't respect or love their children, I think is totally disgraceful and racist. And I think, what they're proposing is actually putting more of our kids into the system, putting into the child protection system. They're going to make it really difficult for Aboriginal families, extended families, to given the opportunity to look after children. First resort is more or less, it's like not take any regard to the Aboriginal child placements principles and place these children predominantly with non-Aboriginal families. And once they're in there, they're there till they're 18 years of age. Very hard to get them out under these proposed changes. And for Aboriginal people to put their hand up as kinship carers, they have to, their name has to be on a lease with public housing, no overcrowding. As we know, many of our families, I mean, we have the highest rates of overcrowding in the country. A lot of our people don't have home, and a lot of our families, are quite big. the wait list for public housing is up to 10 years. So a lot of people don't have choices in this matter. They have to have an OCA card, and they have to have a mobile phone. So there's all these barriers that are going to be put in place for Aboriginal people to actually put their hand up to be kinship carers for children. So if you've got an auntie or grandmother, I mean, the bar's that high, they're not going to meet it. So that's a problem. And then they're going to be stuck in this system till they're 18. Even if that family, if there's problems and they need to remove the family, and we know there's cases like that, it's still going to be very difficult. Even if they address all the problems they may have had, it's still going to be really hard for those families to get their kids back.
Let's have another question, Chair. I'm not sure how much time I've got, given the point of order took a while. The Federal Attorney-General recently wrote to the Northern Territory Government expressing concern that NT reforms have increased demand on legal assistance services without corresponding funding. It was rich, given recommendation 22 of Dr. Warren Mundy's review called for legal assistance impact assessments whenever reform is likely to increase demand for legal services. The Commonwealth didn't even provide a formal response to that review, let alone implement that crucial recommendation, and now the Attorney-General is complaining about it. Should the federal government have implemented that recommendation?
Sorry, could you rephrase that question?
So this is about the Dr. Warren Mundy's review of the legal service sector and on legal assistance, and the federal AG wrote to the NT government saying, that they've got concerns that the NT reforms, so-called reforms, well, whatever way you see it, have increased demand. So they're jailing, their policies, their legislations are jailing our people more than anyone on the planet. They've increased demand, but the legal assistance funding hasn't gone up. So the jailing of our people's gone up exponentially, but the funding for places like Naja have remained the same. Now the AG is complaining about the Northern Territory Government, but the AG also has the power to step in here. They haven't even responded to that review that says the legal services should be funded at the rate of incarceration. So that recommendation, if it were implemented, what would that mean for Naja?
Well, put it this way, we've got, since 2024, 2025, the number of court matters have increased by 30%. And when they increase by 30%, that means that lawyers at Naja are dealing with an increased workload. They're up to about, anywhere between 140 to 160 files. The highest prison and remand figures ever recorded in the Northern Territory. So when you're increasing the amount of people coming through the courts, you need the resources. You need the resource not only within Naja, you need the resources within the court, you need the resources within the Department of Corrections. But, to expect, legal services like Naja to do the heavy lifting in itself is just appalling, because what they're doing is they're draining the organisation to ensure that, despite us providing access to justice and ensuring Aboriginal people are represented in court, they're pushing us to the brink, and they know for a fact that all these laws are going to put further pressure on legal services. So, I really want to see a further increase in funding, obviously, for Aboriginal legal services like Naja across the Territory, and legal aid as well. People call it an ecosystem up here, and I don't really like that word, but at the end of the day, things can't function properly if they're not resourced. And when they're not resourced, they fall down, and it's a domino effect. And we've seen that through history. When NARJA went through the history in 2023 and the delivery of legal services were seized in Alice Springs. That doesn't benefit anybody. And at the end of the day, it doesn't benefit Aboriginal people. We're there to we're funded to provide the provision of legal services for Aboriginal people and ensure that they are represented and they do have adequate representation. So does legal aid, for Territorians and Aboriginal people. But when you're being stretched in terms of the justice system, there's no great result at all. So we need to be funded properly, and that's also in terms of other services like intensive family support services that will assist in children reunifying with their parents, building the capacity for parents to ensure that they can live and prosper as parents and look after their children. We've got these laws now that are clearly targeting Aboriginal people to knock them down and then further entrench them into poverty in society. And our view, it is racist at the end of the day. Like I said, the data demonstrates it. I've got all the data there. NARJA has the data. The courts have the data. It's targeting Aboriginal people every day of the week. Racism is well and alive in the Northern Territory, and you've just got to walk down the street to see the social exclusion of Aboriginal people and the normalisation, of the Territory to walk past Aboriginal people who are in chronic disadvantage and then are further being penalised and imprisoned because of their disadvantage. You've got the new bail laws that have come in, Declan law. You've got the Bail Act that's just been amended. Aboriginal people don't even have a chance before they even appear in court to get bail. One, because of their social circumstances. They've been penalised not only as alleged offenders, but because of their social circumstances. You've got ARDS who've done a report, I think back in 2023, 2024. Aboriginal people are 2.07% more likely not to be granted bail than non-Indigenous counterparts. And for those who have the same circumstances, they're 1.67% aren't going to be granted bail as the same non-Indigenous counterparts that are appearing before them. If you to sit there and say that the system and the laws aren't racist, then why are they impacting Aboriginal people at such a drastic rate?
Thank you. I'm happy to pass on.
Senator Thorpe. Mr. Chaffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Rowe and Mr. Canutt, for appearing today and for your contribution so far. My question is in relation to your submission that outlines the challenges faced by Aboriginal staff working in workplaces right across the NT. And I know that many have reconciliation action plans in place at the moment. So I guess my question is, do they work? Do the RAPs actually work? And are they an effective mechanism for reducing workplace racism?
I'll start and Maddie can add if he likes. We are an Aboriginal community controlled organisation. We have been for over 50 years. So having a RAP plan I don't think would make much difference to us because we are very much Aboriginal community control. We do have representation from all around the Northern Territory. Most of our people live in remote communities. We have people from remote communities on our board. We have a really dedicated, hard-working Aboriginal staff. We've established an Aboriginal leadership group within NARJA who provide a lot of really good advice and suggestions to the board on improving our services and also improving our services, but also providing a lot of cultural awareness to the non-Aboriginal staff. And I think that's working really well. I don't know, Maddie, you might want to add more to that.
The functionality of a RAP plan just the RAP plan in itself, I believe, is just outdated. You know, if you're really genuine about caring for Aboriginal people and staff, you know, you look after your staff anyway, in what organisation you work in. And that's what that I truly believe in. You know, in terms of RAP plans here in the Northern Territory, we just had a provider yesterday. We've been informed, YESA Housing, who is no longer going to be in operation in about 90 days. I'm not sure the plan for that facility, or whether it's going to be repurposed or provided to a non-Aboriginal provider. But if that non-Aboriginal provider was to have a RAP plan, what difference does it make? What we want to see is Aboriginal community-controlled organisations leading the way, making the difference, ensuring that Aboriginal people are getting a quality service to lift them out of poverty. You know, it's so disappointing, and I want to make that point about YESA, because that's a short-term accommodation facility that many services in the Northern Territory, particularly top end, utilise for referrals. It assists for families and women escaping domestic and family violence. It's for people who come in from remote communities in the Northern Territory, and they also provide significant wraparound services. And we work really well with YESA, with our family support program. And one particular point I want to point out, particularly in relation to the child protection laws, is we make referrals to YESA, and Aboriginal children and families that are staying there may not be able to stay there no more. And that triggers the department, who are already investigating a family because of the instability in housing. And now that service is going to be no longer operational. Is an incentive, well, not an incentive, it triggers the department to intervene. And now we're going to see more Aboriginal people on the street and children. It's 260 adults and I believe 160 children are staying there at the moment. And we're going to further displace them and put them on the street.
And there's nowhere else to go. All the hostels are full, everywhere is full. And you may have seen the rental market in Darwin is very high, and a lot of people, if you rent a property out, you're looking at 60 people turning up, so what's the chance of our mob getting accommodation? Yeah, and yeah, that's a problem.
It doesn't go towards closing the gap at all. All it does is widen it. But it's a long-winded answer, but in short, I don't think RAP plans are efficient at all, in my opinion.
So, Madam Chair, if we just ask a supplementary question. I guess where I'm trying to go is if there's to be an approach, a stronger focus on trying to drive out racism within workplaces, whether they're non-Indigenous owned, operated, but employing Indigenous people, or of any other makeup, if the RAPs don't work, is there another method? Is there tried and true somewhere else that could, assist in this space to try and drive out the instance of racism within workplaces?
I think you've got to start at the top. NT government, Commonwealth government. I mean, the institutional racism that, we live in a Western system within our policies, government policies and everything. So I think government really, closing the gap, priority reform number 3, government needs to transform, change the way they deal with Aboriginal people. Well, that's not happening, actually. It's not happening. We've only met one target, I think, out of the 17 in the Northern Territory in closing the gap, and that's inland waters. The rest of them are just going backwards. So that is the real problem. It's, failures of government to do what's right and what's just, really, particularly with closing the gap. They've signed the agreement as a national agreement that every state and territory government signed up to, the Commonwealth. But this government here, I only could talk about this government, I don't about the others, but they're not fulfilling the commitments that they've given under the national agreement. And that's the problems that we have. And, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaffey. Mr. G.
Yes, thank you for your evidence today, and also for your very comprehensive submission that you made to the committee. It's much appreciated. Just on closing the gap, you've got in your submission on page 29 at 8.1 that the National Agreement on Closing the Gap is not operating as an effective anti-racism mechanism and in some instances masks systemic racism. Do you mind just elaborating on what you mean by that and perhaps give us an example or two?
So, just in terms of giving you an example, I co-chair the Northern Territory Justice Policy Partnership.
Yep.
And that partnership was developed, one, for shared decision-making and for Aboriginal people to participate in shared decision-making and ensure that we're at the table when legislation such as the Bail Act come in, the Declan's Law, anything to do with, outcomes 10 and 11, reducing the incarceration rate of children in the Northern Territory by 15% by 2031, reducing the incarceration rate of adults under outcomes 10 by 2031. There's no genuine partnership. NARJA is funding that partnership. We're not resourced with that partnership. And we continue to be a part of that partnership. Why? Because we want to see outcomes. And in terms of an example, every single time we've been at that table in terms of that partnership, it's about, here's the information, this is what you're getting, this is what's happening, and this is what we're going to do about it. You've got expertise in the subject matter, Aboriginal people, and one of them was the Children's Commissioner. You've got Aboriginal lawyers on there with 20 years plus experience and know what they're talking about. You've got people who are in Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, community members, high-level positions, but aren't being listened to and being told to listen. That's the difference up here in the Northern Territory. You're told to listen and to shut up. And when you come to the table and you provide productive feedback or constructive feedback and answers and solutions, you're either mocked or you're told that you're wrong, despite the evidence. And now we've had the Children's Commissioner resign. That is a prime example.
Thank you. No, I think you made that very clear. Thank you very much for that. My other question was concerning the Anti-Discrimination Act and Commission, and you've given some evidence there in your submission about the Anti-Discrimination Commission in terms of a mechanism to deal with complaints relating to racial discrimination. It seems like a very long and involved process to get an outcome.
Yeah, it is.
Under the Commission.
It is, and you look at the complaints process to get a conciliation at 6 to 9 months, and then you've also got to look at the factors. Aboriginal people every day are discriminated in the Northern Territory. The only avenue they have is actually to come to NARJA. Despite that process, you may not need a lawyer, but of course they're going to come to NARJA. Why? Because we've got client service officers, we can organise interpreters, and we're a culturally safe service where Aboriginal people feel comfortable. But when you look at the mechanism or the process of the Anti-Discrimination Commission and the complaints, it's not effective. There's no incentive to put a complaint in. The backlog.
Yep.
Why would an Aboriginal person pursue that? And they're chronically underfunded at the end of the day. So, without saying, some of the negative things about the process, like they're also underfunded, and we appreciate that as well.
So one of the key mechanisms and frameworks to combat racial discrimination is not effective enough. That's essentially your submission.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. G. Mr. Benny.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for giving evidence this afternoon. We received some evidence from Justine Davies, MLA, this morning in relation to Commonwealth funding not being effectively spent and essentially poor governance structures around how said funding has been spent in some examples. Your second recommendation asks the Commonwealth to increase direct funding to Aboriginal quality community controlled organisations, so it cannot be repurposed or cut by the NT government. What accountability and outcome measures would NAJA accept in return for that funding to ensure it delivers value for taxpayers?
Well, thanks, Deputy Chair. You've just heard Senator Thorpe discuss about the increase, of legal services, and we spoke about that previously. When you talk about directly funding Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, then the funding agreements and the terms under those funding agreements are very strict.
Yep.
And when they are breached, there are significant ramifications, and that was exactly what happened at NAJA. Where we have the Northern Territory government at the moment, there's no ramifications or any mechanisms that hold the Northern Territory government accountable for not delivering a service or funding a service or closing the gap in short. So you increase the funding to Aboriginal community-controlled organisations and empower them and honour the Closing the Gap agreement, which everybody signed, smiled and took a picture, then you'll get outcomes.
So on that, you recommend tying Commonwealth funding to Closing the Gap progress. I'm generally interested, what specific targets or indicators would trigger intervention by the Commonwealth for funding consequences? If provider A is given X dollars and indeed that target goes backwards, what would be the Commonwealth's intervention there?
Sorry, could you rephrase that question? Do you mean, sorry, you go.
The mechanisms of tying Commonwealth funding to Closing the Gap, the practical mechanisms, and what happens, say, if that target goes backwards?
Well, they're already going backwards.
Exactly. So what's going on here?
What's going on is exactly what I've just said. Aboriginal people and Aboriginal community organisations aren't being funded properly through the Commonwealth. They need to be funded through the Commonwealth directly, not the Northern Territory. Northern Territory gets an admin fee, but my view is, sorry, Teresa, do you want to?
No, I was going to say the problem is the government thinks they know what's best for our people and they determine where the funding, where the resources, where everything goes, and that's the problem. Our people aren't involved in decision making, not at high level. This government doesn't even speak to the Aboriginal leadership of the Northern Territory. So it's the government who play God in regards to Aboriginal people. They determine what's best for us. They don't even want us at the table. And that's why we're having all these problems now in education, housing and law and justice where we are. So we can't even get in the door, and not only us, many other organisations and Aboriginal leaders, this government just doesn't want to talk to us. So because they're developing all these policies and changing legislation and everything without any Aboriginal input, not even from people out in communities. That's the problem. Systemic racism, that's the problem.
Thank you. And then last question for me. We hear this a bit, but I'd just like some specific evidence, and I'm happy to take it on notice. But can you identify Aboriginal-led programs in the NT that have demonstrated measurable outcomes but have subsequently been defunded, restricted or not expanded?
I think if you look at the health sector, Aboriginal health, because, they've got the half the primary healthcare clinics in the Northern Territory, Aboriginal community controlled. And most of those are in remote communities, but because there's a tripartite agreement on health, the Aboriginal Health Forum, so the Commonwealth, the NT government, AMSANT, who's the peak body for health, they share decision makings and where all the funding resources go. So that's probably the most successful one we've got, even though we still have a lot of health challenges. But at least it's half the health clinics Aboriginal community control, and there's still more clinics to be transitioned over, which are in the process. And and we've had some really good outcomes in health, I must say. When you look at what happened in COVID, you know, AMSAB was right there with APONT and all of them and said we need to, you know, close communities down, and, you know, and government, but it wasn't this government, it was the previous government, took a lot of those things on board and really minimised the impact of COVID and other things, making sure food was out there and all those other things. So health, you'd have to say, is probably one of the better areas.
Yeah, thank you. And then last one from me, sorry. Regarding your sixth recommendation around social media accountability, can you clarify what obligations you're proposing for social media platforms?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
So your sixth recommendation around social media accountability, can you clarify what obligations you're proposing for social media platforms?
You can also take it on notice if you...
We can take that on notice, but
thanks.
I can give you an example. Narja's recently filed proceedings in the federal court. 72 comments out of the 82 were racist comments. There's no accountability for keyboard warriors. There needs to be legislative reform. People need to be prosecuted, in my opinion. There needs to be other mechanisms to hold people accountable. And racism online, you know, the ability for it to spread, we all know how it impacts people, regardless of who you are, and the online bullying. But it's so prevalent, and particularly in the Northern Territory, and because it's so topical right now with Aboriginal people, you know, the political football of, you know, child protection being thrown around, Aboriginal people in jail, it's just an opportunity for people to just be racist online with no accountability and throw it out. And that's where I can tie it back to the current racialised political discourse. It's maintained because of the attitudes of the current government. And if there's no mechanism or law reform that actually holds people accountable, then obviously they're going to keep doing it. Right? And it just creates this storm of violence towards Aboriginal people, and it will continue until law reform is enacted.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attendance here this afternoon. Very helpfully, some of my committee members have asked my questions, so I don't have any for you, but flagging you also might still get some questions on notice from committee members. And you've also taken a question on notice from Mr Venning as well. And if you could please provide any answers to the Secretariat by the 5th of August, that would be greatly appreciated. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors that you find. So thank you very much for your evidence this afternoon. We'll now take a short suspension while we welcome our next witness. Thank you very much. I now call on the Northern Territory Anti-Discrimination Commissioner to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Jaswin Yogaratnam, Northern Territory Anti-Discrimination Commissioner and Principal Community Visitor.
Thank you very much. So although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is also being broadcast live. Before I invite you to make an opening statement, I want to say thank you very much for coming to the committee a little bit earlier than you were planned on the program. It is greatly appreciated from the committee, so thank you very much. I'll now invite you to make a brief opening statement.
Thank you. Chair and members of the committee, first thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. So I appear before you as the Northern Territory Anti-Discrimination Commissioner and also in the capacity as a Principal Community Visitor. I just want to acknowledge that we are here on the beautiful, energizing saltwater country of our Larrakia people, and I want to pay my respects to traditional owners past, present, and rising. And I don't say this in a performative way, but in a meaningful way, noting the struggle and the ongoing journey of our First Nations people here, based on the complaints that come to our commission. And I want to acknowledge that law here is not just a metaphor, but a living system of knowledge, kinship, and accountability. Our submission is titled Making Racism Invisible because one of the greatest challenges confronting Australia is not lack of evidence of racism, but a failure to prevent it. Racism becomes invisible when institutions normalize it, minimize its impacts, or respond only after harm has occurred. Australia does not have an evidence deficit in racism. We may have a surplus in performative legislative making. The challenge before us is implementation, accountability, and investment in prevention. At a time when anti-racism can feel politically contested, some leaders may be tempted to retreat into silence. Yet, anti-racism cannot be something we pursue only when it's easy or popular. Navigating this moment requires both courage and emotional intelligence. Anti-racism is not peripheral social project. It is fundamental to good governance, effective leadership, and public trust. The Commission's central proposition is this: racism is a governance and behavioral issue. It is reflected in leadership, organizational culture, decision-making, appointments, risk management, and accountability. Tackling racism cannot be reduced to a marketing campaign, diversity statement, or sometimes just a reconciliation action plan. This is why the Northern Territory positive duty reforms are so significant. And I repeat, they are so significant. Effective in January 2024, it applies to all our 24 protected attributes of discrimination, including race discrimination, and requires organizations, including governments, to take reasonable and proportionate steps to prevent discrimination before harm occurs. Positive duty shifts the focus from individual complaints to organizational responsibility. Importantly, and I say importantly, it provides permission to care and protect the human experience from racism, the human harm from racism. The Northern Territory Anti-Discrimination Commission is proud to be leading the positive duty law reform and this culture change through education, regulatory guidance, strategic stewardship, and systemic oversight. In Australia, if Australia is serious about eliminating racism, prevention must become our national priority. Positive duty provides the governance framework to make that ambition a reality, and so we can start telling the right story again. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. We'll proceed to questions and begin with Mr. Chaffey.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, thank you for your attendance today and for the work that you do in your role in the Territory too. I'm sure it's much appreciated. My question is more around data. I'd like to get some sort of an idea, if I could, about what portion of complaints received by your Commission are from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, reporting race-based discrimination? And also, do you collect that data about the individuals logging complaints, such as their age, gender, location? And if so, are there any noticeable patterns within the data in the territory?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Shafi, and the data does tell the story, so that's important. Now, we do collect data, and in relation to the specific data that you're requesting for, I can share with you from our previous financial year, because we're still doing a bit of data mining for the last financial year. And there are about 38% of our complaints come from First Nations people here in the territory. When I say complaints in relation to discrimination, it's broadly across all the types of discrimination, not just race. And I believe we have to do a bit more data mining in terms of getting the specifics on race discrimination, which would be about within the 20 or so %, and we can take that on notice in providing further clarification. So in terms of the other parts of your question on age, etc., we don't do the, I guess, the specifics in relation to age, but we can, again, do some data mining and provide that response to you by taking that question on notice.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing. You have a very difficult job on your hands to rule out racism in this territory. My first question has been to everybody, because we're talking to victim survivors, we're talking to witnesses of systemic racism and racism in general, but we don't have the perpetrators here. So we don't have the Northern Territory government appearing at all in this inquiry. So what does the absence by the Northern Territory government or any of its agencies in this inquiry tell you about racism towards Aboriginal people and their lack of willingness to do anything meaningful about it?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe, for your question. I think the answer would be that perhaps racism is not a priority in the context of this government, only because of, I guess, statements that are made in relation to this particular issue. But having said that, what I also want to say is that a lot of the reforms that have come about, say, for example, the positive duty reforms and the way in which we are proactively trying to deal with things like racism, but also race discrimination before it occurs, there is support within government agencies in terms of implementing that. So we are, in a way, having early intervention put into place from a systems-based perspective before racism becomes an issue. But to answer your question more directly, it's the fact that there's no one here from government may suggest that it's perhaps not a priority on their agenda, and perhaps it needs to be.
Thank you. How is racism against First People a public health emergency in this country?
Well, the statement in relation to racism being a public health emergency was a statement that we had referred to from the authority in the submission that we put forward. And I think from a public health perspective, I think there are a number of different variables. Now, I'm not a public health specialist, but all I can say from a Commission's perspective and the anecdotal evidence that we receive from people is the way in which it affects their well-being and the mental health, and of course the consequential impacts as a result of impacting their mental health is the way in which we see it. The harm is real. The human experience that has been impacted as a result of policies, statements, or even inaction is real. And that all culminates towards the well-being and mental health of a lot of people that I know about who has come to the Commission to have conversations with me.
Thank you. As you point out in your submission, the Productivity Commission's 2025 Closing the Gap annual data compilation report found that NT was the worst performing jurisdiction in the country, with outcomes widening on key measures including incarceration and youth detention. Why is it the worst performing jurisdiction?
Well, from a Commission's perspective, and as an independent statutory officer, I can only say that based on commitments that have been made, for example, in relation to the Aboriginal Justice Agreement, which was a bipartisan agreement made by both sides of government, those commitments have been reneged in the context of where we are going forward. Some of the commitments under the Aboriginal Justice Agreement, for example, was the way in which governments are dealing with racism within government agencies. And during the previous government, period of the previous government, a particular provision of the Aboriginal Justice Agreement was considered in carrying out racism reviews within anti-government agencies. And there was action taken in relation to carrying out racism review with one agency, and till today we have no outcome from what has happened out of that agency. But just to answer your question, as it seems to me that also perhaps it's not being prioritized. And I say this from the perspective where the Anti-Discrimination Commission, when I first got into the Commission in 23 and 24, were asked to do a racism review of a particular government agency, the Anti-Police Force. And that was part of the provision in the Aboriginal Justice Agreement in relation to carrying out this sort of work, to better understand the context of racism because of matters that were arising. And it made sense for an independent statutory body like the Commission to carry it out, because what we're seeing is a lot of self-reporting happening internally. And and the veracity and the context of what's being put out is sometimes, people are unhappy with that because people are doing self-reporting in relation to issues like this. So the Commission was provided an opportunity by the previous government to carry out a racism review with the Anti-Police Force. However, when this government had come into government, that funding was reneged and was reallocated. So it goes to show, again, the reprioritization, and probably because they've got a different agenda, being on the tough on crime sort of agenda, where things like racism, and which were in relation to what was prioritized by the previous government, was not one that they wanted to carry forward.
So what were the findings of the racism review of the Northern Territory Police?
Well, the Anti-Discrimination Commission was not unable to carry out the review because the funding got reneged and reallocated. So when the current government had come on board, we were informed that there were other priorities in relation to where that funding should go, and so I must say there was a lot of time cost spent by the Commission in preparing to carry out that review, but it never happened. And we were, till today, it's not been officially put to us, but we understand that there were other priorities.
Well, Aboriginal people are not the priority of this government. That's clear from every witness. Your submission points to a number of actions that the federal government could take to disrupt the racism against First Peoples that penetrates NT policing, youth justice, corrections, education, child protection, and public administration. Can you elaborate on those actions, please?
Senator Chopper, I take it you're referring to some of the recommendations that we've put forward, and I can speak to that. I think the first thing that we've noted is adequate resource for independent accountability bodies like the Anti-Discrimination Commission to conduct independent reviews into systemic racism. I think that's central to the work that we're doing, but also central in relation to some of the evidence that we're getting from community in terms of how they feel. And I think one thing that needs to be noted is that while anyone out there can say they feel that they have, been confronted with a racist or an element of racism, it is the job of the Commission to make that assessment. So taking away or reducing powers or not funding the Commission to run that, where we may come up with a assessment saying that perhaps there's no discrimination or based on the thresholds that we have, without even giving us that opportunity, goes to show that we're not actually providing for the integrity of how these matters should be dealt with, considering that we're an integrity body. So it's really important that commissions like ours are resourced. We only get about, in the last financial year, $925,000 to run a whole commission with only 2 complaints officers, with over 300 complaints that we're handling a year. So the fact that we are underfunded to even meet our minimum requirements in relation to complainants, which leads towards justice delayed, is justice denied. And the other recommendations that we have there are really from a federal government perspective. We need to look at the Racial Discrimination Act of 1975, the Commonwealth provision, and insert a positive duty clause. We are really proud here in the territory, to have positive duty that applies to all our protected attributes, 24 of them, including race, disability, age, etc. This should also be considered at the federal context. And also it's importantly to take into point that we already have this document called the National Anti-Racism Framework. We've invested in the National Anti-Racism Framework. Where is the investment for implementation of it at the state and territory level? This document can't be just black letters of research sitting on a shelf. It needs to be implemented. And it's commissions like us that have the capability, skills, expertise, and the collective intelligence of what we get from community to do that implementation work.
So just one follow-up.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you for that. With that national anti-racism framework at the national level, do you think that the federal government should also implement that framework, or at the very least respond to it, because it has not been responded to for almost 18 months or so? Should they be implementing the national anti-racism framework in this country?
So Senator Chop, we may need to do some fact checking on that in terms of where they stand. There was some commentary in the last couple of weeks in relation to an appetite for it. But just to answer your question, yes, they should be, or they must be, they must be setting the example. This is a federal document that is informing all of Australia in relation to the 63 recommendations that they have there on the relevant sectors, the key ones including things like health and education. So clearly the funding needs to come from federal government to state and territories to allow bodies like our independent commissions to operationalize it and implement it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Mr. Venn.
Thank you, Chair. My question is in relation to the rationale for increased funding. And please correct me if my rationale is wrong here, but your data shows that settlement rates for complainants by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander complainants has declined over the last 5 years from 28% in 21-22 to 7% in 25-26. So, given that fact, what's the rationale for additional funding as opposed to, say, changes to the Commissioner's complaints handling process or operating model to improve outcomes?
Well, I think the first thing to note is that the funding that the Commission has been receiving has not changed for decades. Think about running a commission with $925,000. It's just salaries that you're trying to cover at the very basic to begin with operational expenses. And to your question in relation to settlement, I think that you need to perhaps understand that the settlement aspect only comes once the matters have been assessed. So that's perhaps not a accurate description or understanding of how funding is dealt with or needs to be increased at a commission level. The assessment aspect, when a complaint comes into the commission, that's where it starts. And that takes a while because, well, we've only got core funding for 2 complaints officers. And the matters can vary depending on whether it's a discrimination matter, a sexual harassment matter, a vilification matter. And with these 2 complaints officers, they bear the burden of having them to respond to all these complainants, managing their cases, saying that we have 6 to sometimes 12 months backlog. So in answering your question, it's not so much about the settlement, because that's the end of the game in terms of where we manage the case management at commissions. We are talking about the entry point here. Even at the entry point, we can't seem to meet the expectations of Territorians in dealing with their matters in a timely manner. Although we have got excellent complaints officers and directors working with us to get this through a fast-track process where we can.
Great. Thanks for clarifying.
Thank you. Mr G.
So, yeah, thank you very much for your evidence. So, the ADC's annual budget for 24-25 was $925,000, is that right?
Around that, yes, that's correct.
So you're running on the proverbial smell of an oily rag, aren't you?
Every year.
You've got a lot of territory to cover for $925,000.
That's correct.
And you've got in your submission that the NT government's budget for law and order is, what, $1.73 billion?
That's correct. Right? That's from the budget, yes.
So the issue around the effectiveness of the Commission is directly related to your funding, or in particular your lack of funding, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And I think in your submission, your evidence, you say, and I quote, "Where governments inadequately fund independent commissions tasked with investigating systemic racism, they risk becoming dictated by the policy agenda of the government of the day rather than independently carrying out their statutory functions. This risks eroding the public's confidence and discouraging those who experience racism within institutions like corrections and police to report it, reinforcing a cycle where harm is underreported, under-recognised and unable to be investigated and remedied." And then you go on to say, "Without independent, strong accountability mechanisms and without protecting the capacity of bodies like the ADC to respond directly to discrimination, racism can continue to operate in ways that are pervasive yet increasingly difficult to challenge." What you're saying there is you haven't got enough funds to do your jobs properly, is that right?
That has been the state of affairs, not just that financial year. That's how it's been for since the inception of the Commission. And this is why we say it's making things like racism become invisible, because we are unable to carry out those investigations. Even with the new law reforms in, there's no funding put to the new law reforms to carry out the work, the investigations.
And I think that's why, I assume that's why in your recommendations, for example, for recommendation 2, you want the federal government to step in and actually carry out some of these investigations, particularly with respect to Aboriginal deaths in custody, because bodies like the ADC and other accountability bodies aren't funded to do it. Is that the state of play?
That's correct. And we need that forensic expertise also within the agency to be able to carry out those activities. The other thing just to note is that we do not have a budget that's set aside for education. Whilst education is an obligation, a statutory obligation under our legislation, there is no budget provided to the Anti-Discrimination Commission. It's a fee for service that we need to create in order to carry out education. And that has been a real challenge for us. Also, there's no budget to do outreach work, so we're limited to being sometimes very Darwin-centric, although we can be creative sometimes through the savings that we make and to allow projects or advocacy to be taken to other parts of the territory. But there isn't an outreach budget because it's so limited. The professional development budget for the Commission is even worse. It's about $7,000 for all of us in the Commission by the time we've paid our salaries and all the other expenses operationally. So the way I look at it, Honourable Andrew Gee, is that what's being done in the territory especially, and it could be the similar case in other jurisdictions, is it's funding for failure. They want to give you enough, but then they don't take us through the whole journey, the whole cycle. So there's an outcome, so there's implementation, and so there's impact, and there's change.
Well, thank you for that. Just two more quick questions, if I may. I was impressed by your submission, but also your conclusion in section 11 as well, because you didn't varnish your words. You say, "Yet many of the same issues continue to reappear across policing, youth justice, corrections, education, child protection and public administration. the cumulative effect is not simply policy failure, it is the normalisation of outcomes that would otherwise be unacceptable. When recommendations remain unimplemented, when oversight bodies are critically under-resourced, when scrutiny mechanisms are weakened, and when institutions are permitted to investigate themselves, accountability diminishes and public confidence erodes. And then at the end, you say, the measure of our commitment to justice will not be the number of reports we commission, but whether future governments inherit systems that have learned from them. So you're pretty blunt and direct about the failings over the years with respect to combating racism and discrimination.
Because it's an intergenerational failing.
Yeah. And then recommendation 4, I might just get you to comment on that, where you suggest amending the Racial Discrimination Act, that's the Commonwealth Act, and insert a positive duty against a race discrimination in all areas of activity where racial discrimination occurs. Do you mind just elaborating on that recommendation?
Recommendation 3 or 4?
Recommendation 4, please.
Recommendation 4, to what I have here, is amending the Racial Discrimination Act to insert a positive duty against race discrimination in all areas of activity where racial discrimination occurs. Are we on the same?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Okay. So currently our legislation here, the reforms that happened in 2024 has brought in a positive duty provision in our legislation. So positive duty is the way in which we proactively deal with things like discrimination, racial discrimination, before the harm occurs.
Yeah.
So it's changing the prism from being reactive to being proactive in how we mitigate some of these issues. It's a bit of a cultural change also in organizations, because you change the conversation from is there been a breach to how do we go about preventing it. So it's preventative base. So we are advocating that at a federal level, since the NT has already moved forward with this reform, that a similar reform should also be also considered in relation to the Federal Race Discrimination Act. Because we've already set the example here, and I can tell you with the organizations that I've been working with, we have been working with at the Commission, intentionally, we've seen how systems are changing, how the early intervention is being put in from a systems change perspective to deal with things like potential discrimination, racial discrimination at the workplace. So it's a winner in relation to legislative reform. It's not just performative, it is impactful. So we're calling upon the federal government to consider this really important positive duty reform. It's worked in the territory. We'd love to have more investment in it at the Commission to operationalize it further and use the territory as your pilot study in terms of what's working, because we have enough of what's not working.
Well, thank you very much for your very thoughtful submission. And from my point of view, I think it's a matter of regret that a chronic underfunding of the Commission means that it has not been as effective as it should and could actually be. So thank you for elucidating on all of those issues with this committee today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. G. I was going to ask about the positive duty of care, but Mr. G has asked that question for me. You pointed out the one of the gaps in the federal racial discrimination law and the Northern Territory laws. I'm wondering if there's any other gaps that you see in what we do federally and the Northern Territory.
Well, I think what we need to also consider is what is already in train, which is the introduction of a Federal Human Rights Act. In the absence of a Human Rights Act nationally and clearly at a territory level, these issues like race discrimination and racism do not have the focus that it needs at public administration level, but also in terms of taking it in relation to the judicial aspect. When the matter has to go to court, we don't have a Human Rights Act, like, for example, Victoria, where you've got your charter and those provisions of equal opportunity provisions are used as a way of protecting those fundamental rights. Australia is a signatory to those 7 treaties that we have signed, including the treaty ICERT in relation to race discrimination. We can't just be playing lip service at the global level saying we've signed the treaties. We need to show action, not just action at the federal level, but how federal is enabling states and territories to become leaders in relation to things like combating racism and race discrimination.
Thank you. We've heard a lot about online racism so far and through submissions. I'm wondering how that fits into the work that you do and where you cross over or how you work with the e-safety commissioner. And yeah, I suppose what you think needs to be done to protect people more online.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator Stewart. I think it's a question that needs to be asked because I think not many people, even the territory perhaps, are aware that we have got vilification laws that apply to public spaces, even the online space. And these laws came into the reforms in 2023, I believe, or 2024. And the impact of the vilification laws have, number one, allowed the Commission to better understand communities' expectation of protection even in the online space. And the way in which the law works is that it works in the public space. So clearly an online interface is a public space. And there are clearly provisions that also protect freedom of speech within the legislation in Section 20B, but Section 20A deals specifically on the vilification section. Now, unfortunately, where we were standing as the leading jurisdiction in Australia in relation to our vilification laws when it was first implemented or introduced in 2024 or 23, I should get the dates right. But what happened was a reform or an amendment was done last year that slightly watered down the vilification provision in relation to the model that we're using in that provision. So we had a harm-based model in relation to how we deal with vilification. Either you look into the offensive behavior, that provision was amended, repealed, and we have got new provisions which goes back to what other jurisdictions are trying to change, the incitement model, which still works, but it's not really getting to some of those serious matters that are offensive. And when we look at what's happening in the anti-Semitism space, that's exactly what they're talking about. So how come it's okay to sort of talk about it in that context, but then we tend to repeal it here because it's not so important? And interestingly, I think what these sort of reforms come about, Senator Stewart, without consultation with the Commission. The expertise in this area lies with the Commission, not with a person out there who does not have an understanding on the application of the law. And we have advised the government many times prior to this legislation being passed and the amendments being passed that when the Commission assesses these matters, most of them do not pass the threshold that we have. So why amend the law? There was no reason for it. The balance, while it's said has been set, in fact has been tilted as a result of this. We no longer stand as a future-proving jurisdiction in terms of how we are protecting our vilification provisions. We have regressed.
Have gone backwards. Thank you. That stepping through the last few years is helpful for the committee. And I've got just a couple of questions about reporting. And I mean, you've talked about there being a bit of at different times, lengthy wait periods and backlogs, all that kind of stuff. I'm interested in your evidence or any information you've got about the lack of confidence people have in reporting mechanisms. Including that might be in your commission too. And I think the people that then do feel confident enough to go through and report, I would suggest, you might also agree, that is the tip of the iceberg in terms of people's experiences of racism and discrimination in this country. I suppose I'm interested in, do you think underreporting is a challenge that we have in understanding the full picture of racism in this country? Why do people have a lack of confidence in reporting?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. There are a few ways in terms of how I'll address that question. I think, first of all, what's really important is education. When you don't know what it is, what discrimination is, what racism is, what vilification is, chances are you wouldn't even know that you can report about it. when you don't even know who the anti-discrimination is as a commission, and because we're not provided an outreach budget, or let alone, and considering, the context of the Northern Territory, where we're all spread across, there's no opportunity for satellite commission officers across the territory so people can engage with the commission. Because a lot of these matters are highly confidential and have got a lot of trauma in relation to what people have endured. And to think about that step of coming to a commission to share that trauma is a massive step. And so we apply a trauma-informed way in terms of how we manage these matters. But number one is education. We do not even have an education budget to do the work that we do.
That was going to be my next question. How do you educate the body committee? But you don't have an education budget.
But can I also just add, in relation, I think there's the lack of confidence of reporting is coming from perhaps not knowing how to report. On the commission, with the bandwidth of staff that we have, with about 7 core funded staff within the whole commission that run the commission, do not have the full capacity to get the message out. But our education team is excellent. Our education team does a great job in terms of preparing, education materials, and to the extent to where we can be place-based, we are place-based in providing that education. And that provides some level of understanding, and sometimes that's where the complaints come in. I guess the other context is really in relation to the reform, the positive future reform, Senator, which is why I say this is such an important reform, and nationally we need to pay attention to it. Because the positive future reform, shown from the period in which I've been in the commission, which is the time in which this reform has come into place and been implemented, has enabled organizations to build organizational confidence in relation to reporting and response mechanisms internally. That's a great thing. So even if we don't get a report or a complaint coming into our commission, it's because it has been dealt with at an organizational level, that lower level resolution outcome. That's what you want, because the harm then is not as great in terms of people dealing with those harm issues, because they don't have to come all the way to the commission. It's dealt with at the organization level. And for organizations that are taking those positive steps to implement systems that are reporting and response systems, the intentional leadership coming from the tone of the leader on how we implementing positive duty, we've seen cultural change happening within the organization. And that's what positive duty is about. It's about bringing that cultural change, pride in leadership in relation to how we are running this reform internally. So people feel like they belong, people feel like they can complain without any form of repercussions, because the organization embraces them for who they are and all the attributes that they come to work with.
Yeah. So, yeah, I've got one more question. I'll hand to Senator Thorpe for a follow-up. Do you provide an option for complainants to give feedback on their experience navigating the Commission's processes?
Yes, we do. In fact, I think last year we had a process where we asked for feedback in relation to our complaints process, just to better understand the experience. Clearly, only because we were feeling it ourselves at the Commission. Our 2 complaints officers and our director, and my director is here, Josie Hullick, they go above and beyond in doing the work that they do. They're extremely diligent people, and I'm really proud of what they do with the funding that we have. Because it's hard to sit down at a commission knowing that you can't serve your community the way they expect to because of the funding that's put to us. Our admin staff who carry out the inquiries, they're doing an excellent job and also going above and beyond.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate it. Nice shout out for your staff too. We'll go to Senator Thorpe for one final question before we finish up.
Just a quick one. Thank you, Chair. You mentioned earlier that I got something wrong around the national framework, the anti-racism national framework, and I said that the government haven't responded, and it's actually been 20 months since it was presented to them. I said that they haven't responded at all. and they certainly haven't implemented it. So is that, do you know something that I don't?
So what I understand is, Senator Thorpe, is that yes, it's not been implemented, and I know having having had conversations, but also reading what's coming out of the Australian Human Rights Commission, the important work that Commissioner Giri Sivaraman is doing to get the implementation and buy-in, there is some conversation going on there. I'm not sure whether that's been successful. Maybe you have got the information being on that level. It's not come down to us. So I'm perhaps not going to state, from my opinion, whether they've agreed or not agreed. There could be negotiations going on. But if you have knowledge that it's not been agreed, then that's disappointing. Because again, as I say, why do we fund all of this? Why do we fund even having this inquiry here if you're not going to fund the implementation or enable the organizations that can do it to do it?
Yeah. Thank you. I know that there's conversations, but there's also lots of handballing as part of those conversations, and that's been going on for 20 months. So,
okay.
But thank you very much.
Thank you for the clarification, Senator Thorpe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. That concludes the time we have for questions for you this afternoon. Thank you very much for your time and the evidence you've given to the committee. If you've taken any questions on notice, I don't think you have, but if you have, if you can please, there has been, yeah. If you can please provide that to the Secretariat by the 5th of August. And if there's any additional information you would like the committee to consider, then please forward it to the Secretariat by the 5th of August as well. So thank you very much. That concludes today's proceedings. I thank witnesses for their attendance and thank Broadcasting and the Secretariat for all of their work throughout today. I declare this.
Did you want to?
No, just to say thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I mean, our job is about equal opportunity for all Territorians, not just some or few, all Territorians. So I hope what we've shared here today and all the other witnesses today will help move the dial on that equity that needs to be achieved for all Territorians in the Territory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I declare this hearing closed.